Summertime's coming up, and you know what that means.
A stinkier ball sack is on the way.
And if you're like McClay, not only do they stink, but you probably have been growing them out since November. But they deserve better.
And we're here to help.
The Performance Package 4.0 has arrived, and oh man, is it a game changer. Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. You get the Weed Whacker Airy Nose Trimmer, the Crop Reviver Ball Deodorant, the Crop Preserver, the Boxers. You even get a traveling bag.
So get 20% off and free shipping with promo code Bogcast at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com with promo code Bogcast. Trust me, your balls will thank you.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation.
The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to another Wednesday night review show. This is a big show, you guys. This is going to be a fun show. We got a lot of information in this show to talk about. We got a big guest and some cool stuff to talk about. First of all, I want to remind everybody, do us a favor. Go check out the links in my bio and go click on the Best of Phoenix poll for Best of the Valley magazine and vote for the Bogcast. You guys, all you have to do is click that link. Go down and vote right here. If it asks you for an area code or a zip code, an area code, a zip code, use a Phoenix zip code if you want, 85308, 85382. I don't care. You can use your own zip code, but if you want, use a Phoenix one. Sign up for the vote for the Bogcast. You can vote from now till the 21st every day. And it would really, really help me, you guys. I really appreciate it. It could help me and my friend Keith. If you guys like to watch stuff about stand-up comedy, commentary stuff, UFOs and fringe topics, and just joking around about TikTok videos, come watch the Bogcast, you guys. It is every Thursday night live on Rumble and on YouTube. A lot of interesting stuff over there. Check it out. Go vote for it. Do me a favor. Help a brother out. All right. That being said, there's a pretty big event going on right now. For those of you guys that don't know, there's a real big event going on for a Kickstarter, a new Kickstarter that is pretty badass. And you guys know I'm a big fan of Bad Idea over here. I love Bad Idea. I love how they do stuff. I love all that. Well, they got a new Kickstarter they are starting for probably one of the most beautiful books that you guys will ever see, called Megalith. We're going to talk about it tonight. We're going to get into it tonight. It's a lot of fun. But I just want to let you guys put a pin in this because this is pretty epic. So, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring in a good friend of the show, Dinesh Shamdasani. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. How are you, Bryan? Thanks for having me, guys.
I'm doing
What's
good,
up?
dude.
I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, man. I think you know most of the people on here. You've either met us in person or you've been on shows with us in the past. And I always love having you on here because I think that we get to have a little bit we get to kind of like view in to the idea of Bad Idea and all that stuff without all the rigmarole and all the noise in the background, right? We get it straight from the horse's mouth, or at least one of them. And you have a new project coming out tomorrow, starting tomorrow. That is pretty damn amazing, dude.
Takes off tomorrow. Yeah, you do get lack of noise because I'm always, if the show's too late, I'm too tired. The drum kit, P.T. Barnum.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know, man. I know. It can be a little ridiculous, a little loud, but that's how I love it, man. That's how I love it.
No, it's great.
That being said, tomorrow starts off, man. Tell the people a little bit about Megalith so they know what's going on with this thing.
Sure. It's a comic book, big science fiction action extravaganza from Matt Kint and Luis LaRosa. Luis LaRosa is perhaps the greatest working illustrator in the world, in my opinion. A lot of people's opinions. He's certainly in contention for that title. He's been working on this book for about 5 years. We built this thing it's an experiment. What would happen if you built a comic book without the constraints of time and money? You threw as much time as it needed. You threw as much money as you needed. You got the very best people. Laura Martin, who's the de facto best colorist in the history of comics, is coloring this. Taylor Esposito, who just won the Ringo Award for Best Letter, is lettering it. Everything we're doing here, the production values, acetate, super premium cardstock covers, paper, everything's super premium. And the results show. I mean, it's an event. It is an incredible comic book. I'm so proud of it. We're also proud of it, and we want to give it the biggest stage possible because we think there's not going to be another one like this.
I think the first time that I saw the art for it, I was a little geeked out because I think this is one of the earliest images I saw. This image, but then you guys started putting out the black and white stuff. Yeah. And immediately you're drawn to it. I've talked about this on multiple shows on the channel about I really think this could be one of the most beautiful comics ever put together. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's undeniable, the art on it. And just in this right now, are we going to see just a quick question, we'll get in more into it. Are we going to see a black and white version of this on the Kickstarter?
Well, it's launching tomorrow at noon, so I suppose I can start to talk about it a little bit. What we're doing is we have a hardcover. That's the main thing. What we're trying to do here is we want to bring it to comic book stores, but we don't want to bring it to comic book stores in the regular kind of comic format. We want to go really above and beyond. We had a conversation internally at Bad Idea, and we decided that we felt the most luxury, most premium single-issue comic book we've ever seen was Marvel's, the Alex Ross book with that amazing acetate cover. So we want to top that. That's financially irresponsible. So we're doing this Kickstarter. We're going to sell we're going to have people pledge for the hardcover, and the hardcover will be the entire Megalith story, including an artist edition version, super high definition black and white scans of the entire book. Plus, we've got kind of a who's who of comics coming in: Joe Quesada, Lenil Yu, James Harren. I'm trying to think of who else I can officially announce. A bunch of people coming in and doing a bunch of work, interiors, covers, etc., for a bunch of stories in the world of Megalith as well. So it's going to be a really epic kind of big hardcover that covers the world of Megalith.
Even better, man. Those are we've been talking on the Market Report lately about absolute editions and trade paperbacks, and how there's a really big value on some of those books, not only because of the format that they come in and how beautiful they are, but how rare some of them are and stuff like that. So I can't wait to see this. We're gonna keep our eyes peeled on tomorrow's debut on the Kickstarter. So we'll talk about it more during the show. But man, yeah, this looks absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So very, very cool stuff. Make sure you guys check it out. There will be a link in the description. I'm going to drop a link to the Kickstarter in the live chat for everybody. Mods, if you get a chance, will one of the mods drop a link in the live chat for everybody every once in a while?
I did for the Kickstarter.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
And then we'll just drop it as the people start showing up, because I really, really do think that this is worthy of putting that badge on of like some of the best stuff in the game. So congrats on that.
We've been showing pages, and we've had literally everyone in comics has been commenting. When the Kickstarter launches, you're going to see there's a whole graphic we've built of just a who's who of comics, the Illuminati talking about this book.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Man, you've been kicking ass the last couple of years in the con life. Just a heads up, you guys, in the private chat, member of the private chat shows up on the screen. So
that's
I
not too bad.
apologize. Yeah. So don't write anything in the private chat.
That was
just
for
a heads
you.
up. Yeah. You've been just killing it lately with your con appearances over the last couple of years. Once cons started coming back, I see you guys going to all these big cons, small cons, any con, and promoting. Just have some of the most killer promotion game on the planet. I don't think there's anybody that does it better in comics. What's the con life been like the last couple of years for you?
it's been, especially now, it's been hectic. We love cons, man. I think we live for it. Anyone that does the con circuit, it becomes part of your life. So during the lockdown, it was nice to have a break, nice to be at home, but you get that itch. And so as soon as cons started to come back, whatever protocols they needed, we were out there and we were trying to do crazy promotions. We did we boycotted ourselves at New York Comic Con.
Yeah.
We had our fans come and we made picket signs and we had them running around New York Comic Con. Reed, who runs New York, got a little upset with us.
Really?
They tried to shut it down until they realized that would be exactly what we wanted, because it would start for a few seconds, and they were like, actually, no, that's what you want. No, you're not shut down. Yeah, that's all the picket signs. We had I won't tell you who it is because it's embarrassing for him. We had a massive artist that we just brought in, and we haven't published his book yet. And he went to the writer during that show, and the writer came to us and told us, he said, this guy came over and he was like, hey man, what did you get me into? I don't think we should be working with these guys. And he's like, why? Well, people are really upset with them. What are you talking about? Boycotting them. And he had to explain, no, they're boycotting themselves. And he's like, that's worse. What? These guys are idiots. What are they doing? But this year, I think I've done 8 shows already this year. This year we're hot and heavy, doing as much as we can, just trying to get the word out, man. We're really passionate about the books. We think we make good books. We try and take the time and spend the money and work with the right people. So we want to get the word out there as much as we can.
Yeah.
Is that along the lines of this is not?
Yeah.
That's something. Yeah.
This is like a protest, right? Or no?
We did it. That was Baltimore. We had a booth called "This Is Not Bad Idea." And we had 2 cardboard cutouts of 2 of our writers, not Josh Dysart and not Rob Venditti. And if you went there and took a selfie, at 1 hour per day, you'd come back and we'd give you not this book. And it was great because people thought, I'll get an early copy, and they opened it and it was just a blank book because it's not Orc Island or not Escape from Wyoming. And I think they're quite valuable.
Yeah, so it's not a pipe, right? This is not a pipe.
This is not a pipe, right? Exactly. Yeah. We steal liberally.
You also did this donut thing. What's the deal with the donut thing? Explain this one.
For a little while, look, we love to get people excited and get the noise out there and people talking about us. For a little while, we said Bad Idea is out of business. We're shutting down. No longer Bad Idea. And then immediately we said, we're now Bad Idea Donuts. We make donuts, and we perfected the donut. We made the perfect donut. So we went to SC Comic Con, dressed like donuts, and we had a little like kitty's house, and we sold the perfect donut in these pink boxes. They came with a comic book called Bad Idea Donuts Presents Bunsen Beaver.
How cool!
That's a little kitty house, and yeah, it was crazy. We had the lines around the block. We sold way too many donuts. We just thought it'd be this thing that we'd have fun with at SC Comic Con. It was a big thing back this year. In fact, did it again.
Who does most of the ideas, coming up with the ideas for your promotion? I mean, do you have a big part in this? Is it you and Adam? Like, what is it?
It's a small team. Bad Idea is only 5 people in the company itself.
Wow.
And everything, we're very democratic. Everything we do, everyone's involved in. So idea generation, we have a team meeting every morning, and then we're constantly in communication. But team meeting every morning, we'll have prompts. People come with ideas. We bat around ideas. Bad ideas get made better. We find our favorite and try to perfect it. They're not always great. The ideas we think are great. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But it's the whole team. It's Josh Johns, Adam Freeman, Anthony Militano, Peter Stern, and myself. That's it. That's the team.
What are some of the bad ones that you think kind of didn't go off too well?
The ones nothing comes to mind. I mean, the ones I thought when we did the Invisible comic book, I thought people would be so upset.
They were. What are you talking about? They were upset.
Dude, they were upset. Yeah, but then they all they were upset, but they wanted it.
Right? Yeah, 1.8s and 10.0 in an Invisible comic book. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When we did our Kickstarter last time, we did a Kickstarter. This is our second one. The first one was Stop Bad Idea. We wanted to raise what we didn't think we'd get there. Obviously, we said we're going to raise $2.6 million. If we get there, we'll go away forever. The haters can pay us to go away, and we thought people would be upset about that. And it did really well. I think our goal was 10K. I think we did like 150.
Yeah, dude, that was great. That was a great idea. Play into the trolls, play into the guys out there that just want to hate. I love that. I feel like haters money. Yeah, I feel like you guys like have this little bit of you that just like you kind of always got to throw a little bit of seasoning in there of like that trollish behavior, which I love because it's not like evil trollish behavior. It's like good trollish behavior. You know what I mean? And you kind of just put it right back in the faces of all the haters, and I enjoy that.
we try to make everyone part of the joke. You know, I was at Valiant for 15 years. Almost everyone but Anthony at Bad Idea was at Valiant for about a decade each. And we did the traditional comics thing. I think we did it successfully. We published a bunch of books people like. We won a ton of awards. So we don't have anything to prove. And to be honest, it would be a little boring for us to do the traditional thing again. We want to challenge ourselves. So we wanted to come up with something that hadn't been done and try and, hopefully pave new ground. Some stuff will work, some doesn't. See what works.
Yeah. It's excellent, man. Yeah, keep killing it, keep doing it. I can't wait to see what comes next and what comes after that. Don't ever stop that stuff, because the promotion stuff is, I mean, on top of the quality and all that, everything that you do that you want to do for comics, and you have this dream or this idea of doing it with Bad Idea is great. Don't ever stop that, obviously. That's the key, but the promotion stuff makes it fun. And I also think one of the things that you do that makes it fun is you really kind of look at the collectors too. You have the pins, you have the really rare stuff that you guys offer. You offer rare stuff that, like, you're handing out books that you kind of rewrapped with some dreck, and you're handing them out, and they're like these super rare ash cans, and that's cool, man. That really hits the collectors. What do they call that? That drug in you that makes you high. It really hits the collector endorphins, man. And talk a little bit about that, because that's got to come from just being a collector yourself, right?
Oh, totally. That part, I think everyone in the company has a piece that they're responsible for, they're an expert in. I think probably the collector mindset I'm a little more charged with, just having a gut check, because I'm a big collector, I'm a big art buyer, a big comic collector, CGCs, everything. I love it all. And I talk to you guys all the time, and it's a hobby of mine. So I see what's cool, and I liberally will borrow ideas from other people. That's definitely something that I try to bring to it. But what we try to do is balance that. The books, I don't think any of this works if the books aren't fantastic. And we work with, Matt Kint, Louis LaRosa, Josh Dysart, Robert Venditti, Thomas Giorlo. Some of the best people in the business are working with us. And really people that shouldn't be working at the level that we've built the company for. We're not trying to take over the world, but they're here, I think, because we give them a lot of time and space, and we really support them. And I think we're experienced and we know what we're doing. But we like to tackle the collector mindset, because it's a fun mindset. It gets people talking. If you just want to read the books, everything gets published as a in-store product at some point. If you just go in and buy the monthly books when we publish them, you'll get everything eventually. But if you want it and you want the cool thing, you got to jump through a couple hoops. That's how we think about it.
Yeah, I think that's excellent. I think that's a big part about comic books that has really taken over now, and we'll get into that a little bit later. I think the collectability part is so major, and they got most publishers and providers of any type of content need to keep that collectability part. I think they kind of did that a little bit with Substack. Some of the comic guys would offer these, rare short printed books available for their Substack people, and that's fun. That's really fun. So very, very cool. Talk to us about when you're at a con and you're not. Are you constantly just on bad idea mode, or do you walk around the cons and look for stuff?
I do walk around the cons and look for stuff. I don't really get a chance. It's this is going to sound so terrible. What a champagne problem. But because I'm out there a little bit, and because Bad Idea is doing well, people recognize and they want to talk, and they So I never really get to dollar bin dive. I do sometimes. I get like 5 minutes before someone stops me, and then it's embarrassing because they're like, "Hey, you're that guy," and I'm like covered in books and dust. I'm holding a 50-cent book that I'm so excited about for 25 cents. I do try and do that. I don't know. I haven't done it in a long time at a full show, but yeah, so I'm always in Bad Idea mode. But I try to be. I love it so much. I do scan the walls. If I'm having a meeting, sometimes I annoy people because I'm looking past them. I'm looking at the wall at the booth that they're in behind. Like a mental note. Sometimes I'll see something. I'm like, I'm gonna get that. I'll talk to the guy, and I'll see someone else could talk about it. I'm like, no, don't buy it. Damn it! I bought it before I got it.
Dinesh, what are you looking for? Like, what's on the list of things that you have to get?
I mean, I love all the 50s pre-code horror stuff. I love EC. I love first appearances. I can't stop buying every gimmicky 90s book. If it's got like a gold variant that's worthless, it's worth something to me. If it's worth a lot, it's worth even more. Like, just so much stuff, man.
That's cool. Do you ever get into anything like outside of the comic stuff? I know you're really big into the OA, and we're going to talk about that for sure. But I've heard you talk about maybe like OA for like video games and stuff like that. But have you ever gotten into video game collecting or trading card collecting? You know, that's really blown up over the last couple of years.
It has, yeah, a little bit. I have some original art from animation, some anime from anime cells, but you guys know Vinny Kumar, obviously.
Of course,
he's on the show.
That's where this was heading.
Vinny got me into these Japanese. I love them so much. These Japanese Nintendo Disk System games, way all the American first experiences on video games like Mario, Zelda, are huge. There was in Japan came first, and then there was a system that came even before anything in Japan, the Famicom Disk System. Before they were cartridges, these little discs, they're really cool. They look like mini discs. They've got hologram stickers, which as a collector you love that. They're tamper-proof, so you know that they're sealed. And then the very, very earliest stuff, I just got one thanks to Vinny actually. The very, very first Zelda ever was a promotional giveaway for a ramen noodle company, and it's like impossible to find. And Vinny had a guy in Japan who's like he'll just hunt for shit, and he got one for Vinny, and then he told me about it, and I sent him money. I sent him like $4,000, and he disappeared for like 18 months, and I was like, shit, I lost my $4,000. And then he popped up one, and he's like, I got one for you, and he sent it, and then it can be pirated, so we have to look at it carefully and make sure it's not. And I just got it in about a week ago, and it's a legit one. I'm very, very excited.
Vinny,
I was like, this is important. She was like, you're an idiot, get out of here.
It's a good investment. Jeez.
Vinny was supposed to be here tonight, but unfortunately his kids are sick. Vinny is a regular on the show on Wednesday nights. He's our video game guy, of course. He's one of the guys that we gotta have come hang out, on the video game, doing the video game stuff. So
he's great.
Yeah. So
these disk system games they're really addictive. They're really cool, I gotta say.
What up, James?
How you doing, joining us?
What up, James?
Oh.
What up, guys? What up, Dinesh?
Hey, man, how are you?
Pretty good, man.
So the video game stuff is great. Did you see the sale on the Nintendo CGC 98 Nintendo Power the other week?
Dude, the newsstand?
Yeah.
Was it 108?
108,000, dude.
Yep.
That's crazy. Is that real? What was the second highest sale of a book like that?
It's only 9.8.
It's the only one.
It's the only 9.8. It's just someone to have.
That's that.
Absolutely.
Probably won't see another one for a while either.
Wow.
As far as where it originated from, who kept that perfect,
Yeah.
Is that a video game thing you guys think, or are we gonna see magazines like?
It's a Nintendo thing, I think.
It's a Nintendo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what it
Probably,
is.
possibly crossover, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, magazines are now having such a huge following from Sports Illustrated or Vintage and Beckett's.
Are those valuable? Old Sports Illustrated and Beckett's?
Oh, big time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Big time, especially in high grade. Because and without the label is always a key. You don't want somebody's address on there, but sometimes it may be so old that it's okay because it adds some character to the book. But
there could be a bit of a change. Maybe CBCS finally got smart. They announced today they're starting the magazines finally.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got a 30-day turnaround and introductory price of $25.
And
bro,
so compared to waiting for a year with no possible fast track from CGC, CBCS might finally have. They're probably dropped the ball, but they finally might have a leg up on something. And I'll tell you what, rather than have anybody hold on to my stuff that I just pressed and sent off and stuff like that for a whole year. I'm definitely I don't have a lot of stuff, but I probably got 10 mags at least, and I'll probably buy a few more now. That I'm definitely willing to slab for $25, and then be willing to wait out on price or something like that. Getting it back in a month rather than a year. You know how the market goes. You never know.
Well, we're gonna kind of deep dive into the magazine slabs here on Drama Alert. So put a pin in that, you guys. It'll be interesting to talk about. I think the Nintendo collecting is gonna blow up on a different level. It's already super high, but it's gonna go crazy. The nostalgia bug is it's so strong. It's to me, I say it's even stronger than heroin, man. Like it is evil. It is evil and wonderful at the same time, because you'll see like a fork from a Burger King promotion that reminds you of being a kid and some of your favorite moments with your parents, and you're like, I gotta have it. I gotta go get it. You know what I mean? Like, that is the type of like drug that nostalgia can be. But it's not, you know, it's a good type of drug. I love it. So we'll get into that a little bit. What are some of the places that you do go find the stuff you collect? I know you're probably keeping an eye on some of the heritage auctions and some of the bigger stuff for some of the OA, but you know, you run with a pretty cool crew. In San Diego this year, I got to stop by and hang out with you and a couple of your buddies, and you guys, I would run into them to your crew throughout the con, you know, running around the con, this and that, and they'd be walking around with stuff that they find. And the amount of cool collectibles that your crew is talking about is just blows me away.
They're hardcore.
They are, dude.
That's been the best part of it, man, of collecting, especially in the last 5 years or so. You know, I'm a 40-year-old man. You're not really meant to have friends anymore at this stage of life, right? That's what they say. People our age, you lose all those connections. You don't have the time for it. You've got family, kids, work, whatever responsibilities. I've got a really, really tight group, about 20 friends, and I'm speaking to probably 10 of them a day, even if it's just a couple of text messages. And they're all collectors. Every single one of them is a comic book collector and an art collector, and a lot of them are also maybe sports cards, maybe shoes. Shoes is a big topic. I guess a Miles thing dropped today, so on my chat I was seeing that they were talking about it. But they're cool dudes, man. I feel really blessed to have all those friends. And some of them have, one guy just bought a Watchmen cover, the original art. So I get exposed to a lot of cool stuff as well, like Vinny, especially the Famicom disc things. And then that's a problem, because then you want to go after it. But I like to look at, I'm on Heritage, Comic Link, Comic Connect. Those are dangerous because there's so much cool stuff. But I love the Connect, man. I love the hunt. The treasure hunt's the best part. It's getting really hard to find anything good. I think everything's blown up. Everyone's aware of it. The dealers are aware of it, but it's still fun to look.
Yeah. Well, you recently pulled off something that like was it's probably one of the coolest things that happened this year in comics, and that's you got to go hang out with 2 Chainz. Like that was pretty amazing, dude. And talk comic books at that.
Yeah.
How was that?
Yeah, that was fun.
Pretty crazy, right?
That was Key Collector. You guys know Key Collector?
Yep.
They're the ones that hooked it up for me. They I guess Most Expensive, so I'd never heard of the show, reached out to them and said, hey, we need someone in LA that has a bunch of comic books that are rare. They're valuable, but more important, they're like rare, that there's not a lot of copies. And so he connected them with me, and I went down. It was just here downtown. And I'd never even heard of 2 Chainz. That's how lame I am. Oh, which probably was better.
I was literally about to ask you. I was like, do you actually know 2 Chainz?
I called Vinny. Vinny's in the music business.
I was going to say,
Vinny.
Well, Vinny knows.
Yeah. You know Vinny. You're good friends with Vinny. How do you not know who 2 Chainz is? Like,
Vinny's always, man, it's so bad. Vinny's a big deal in the music business. So we hang out, and I'll be with someone, and he's like, this guy's a big deal. I'm like, whatever. And then a year later, I'm like, dude, this Migos guy is huge. You heard about Migos? He's like, you met fucking Migos, man. That guy we were drinking with all night. I was like, oh, really? Oh, man, that's cool. But I didn't know at the time. He's always like that. I called him, and I was like, hey, do you know who 2 Chainz is? He's like, yeah, I know who 2 Chainz is. I'm like, cool, he's got a show. He goes, yeah, Most Expensivest. And I said, cool, they want me on it. He said, damn, that's amazing. I'll fly out. It's like, is it cool? Or is it like Exhibit in the car thing? Or is it lame? He's like, no, man, it's like Exhibit in the car thing. You know what the car show is called.
Yeah.
Pin My Ride?
Yeah,
Pin My Ride, yeah.
Hey, that show wasn't bad.
Yeah, but it was fake, dude. It was super fake, right? So like, how was the setup? Did they say, hey, bring out, like, you know, did you choose the amount of comics? Like, how did you pick the comics? Did they ask for certain ones?
I did a Zoom with the producers of the show maybe a week before, and they emailed me. We emailed back and forth what they wanted, and I pulled a bunch of stuff and did a Zoom, and I showed them this. I told them a little bit about it, and they're like, that's great, tell that story. That's great, tell that story. Some of the stuff they didn't want, so we didn't do it. And I kept telling them, well, do you want me to bring original art? Because everything you're excited about is better. You're excited about this. They wanted a Spidey 300 9.8 newsstand. I had one. And they're like, amazing. And I go, cool. I've got the art. And they're like, no, we don't care about that.
TV people.
Yeah, I think that show is kind of meant for like people that might not be into the thing they're talking about, right? To kind of make them go, oh, look at that. But
yeah,
I wanted to bring up a couple spots of it, and this isn't throwing no shade at you, but they did you dirty, bro. They did you dirty in the opening.
So?
Yeah.
Did you see the rest of the show?
Look at this picture of 2 Chainz and Dinesh. Like, 2 Chainz is a monster, bro. How tall is 2 Chainz? He's got to be like 6'4" or something, dude.
Not that tall. I'll tell you, not that tall.
No way, dude.
There's production tricks, man. He's on like a track. They're feeding him lines. At one point, he got upset with me. I don't know if I should say this or not. I don't care. At one point, he got upset with me. We were looking at a Hulk 181, a 9.8 Hulk 181, and I was explaining to him that characters appear in other characters' books for the first time. And he's like, wait, that's Wolverine's first appearance? He loves Wolverine. It's like, yeah, man. He's like, I want that. He got really excited. I want that. I said, well, you can get one. They're rare, but not that rare. And he goes, I want one now. And I said, cool, man, but I'm not selling mine. He said, well, how much is that worth? At the time, I think the last 2 or 3 sales was about 150,000. They dropped a little bit now. So I said, it's about 150. And he said, oh, okay. I said, but for you, for 2 Chainz, for you. And he goes, yeah, 250. It's a stupid show. He got so mad, man. He paused. He got real inside himself. And he was like, I have a lot of power. I was like, what? And he goes, I can cut this whole segment. No one will ever know you were here. And I look at the director and he's like, this is great. Keep going. But he got really mad at me. He got upset.
Well, they did a good job editing it, dude. They did a really good job. They did.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, this was a really good show, dude. If you guys haven't seen it, I think it was only about a 15-minute. Well, how long is this? 8-minute segment that you had there. But how long did it take to film?
I was only there about. We filmed for about 35 minutes. I was there for maybe 2 hours total. It was pretty quick, pretty efficient.
They got it. Yeah, I didn't realize that picture.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
I actually took a picture of that too, Bryan. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, dude.
Dinesh actually looks normal, and the other dude looks like Manute Bol.
I know, right?
Yeah, dude.
It's totally. Let me play this. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
That's me and you at Disneyland, man.
Let me know if there's an echo on this. Can you guys hear this?
This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1. It's the first comic book. The way you make comics is you look at a proof, a very early draft, printed, and you check all the spelling mistakes. You check it looks right. 2 copies existed. This is the printer's proof. They approve. That's why the cover looks janky like that. They draw the art. They send it to the printer. The printer sends them this and says, does it look the way you...
2 Chainz is over there finger fucking your proof Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1 that only there's 2 in existence. Were you freaking out at this point? Were you worried he was gonna like?
I mean, it's a 1 of 2, right? My kid could draw on it, and it's still worth a bunch of money. It's fine.
Yeah, dude, but like seriously,
there goes 200 grand.
I know, right?
I'd be worried he could catch like that pinky ring on there and just tear a page out of. I don't know.
When you have this, you have to be insured. I do have insurance. The show is insured. You don't want to lose the cultural artifact. That's the thing you're worried about. It's not the money so much because that's a pain, but you get it back. It's the fact that you're a custodian for this. Someone's going to have this after me. Who knows where it's going to go? Turtles continues to grow. It'll be in a museum one day or something,
Yeah.
That's what
it's absolutely
so
gorgeous.
If this were to go up for auction, what do you think it would command, Dinesh?
I don't know. Auctions are funny, man. I don't know. It depends on the 2 bidders. I can tell you that I have had 2 offers since I've had it that were, one was 140 and another one was 200,000. So I've had offers in that range. But it's different, different time. People are flush. Maybe they're not flush anymore. It's hard to say.
Dude, I saw.
I think in that range. I think it'd be 6 figures.
How'd you procure it, if you don't mind? Or
I have again, I'm going to sound like such an ass. I have a room in my house that is kind of a comic book showcase room, and you can put CGC books up. They're all lined up on shelves. But I didn't think about it. I can't put a Turtles 1 because I didn't make the shelves tall enough. It's a bigger book than regular. And everyone that comes over is like, oh my God, I want them to say, you've got everything ever. You've got every first appearance. But all they do is come in and say, where's Turtles 1? Drives me.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Every one. So I bought this because it will, then I have a Turtles 1 that I can be like, I have something better. I have this thing. But I bought it on an auction site. And I don't know, I guess I got a good deal. I bought it because it looked awful, and I was upset with the Turtles fans, and I wanted to just shut them up. I think I paid 12 or 14 or 17,000, something in that range.
How long ago? How long ago on that?
Not long. It was 2.5 years probably, but
Oh,
almost
my
immediately,
Lord.
like a month later,
Nice
someone
play.
offered me 6 figures. I think it was at the end of an auction. I think people didn't know exactly what it was. They didn't trust the way it was described. I didn't care. I was just trying to buy something to fit that problem for myself. And then later, the Laird and Eastman talked. I posted on Instagram, and they commented on it and said, "This is what this is." So
that's amazing. You had to be worried. Sorry, but you had to be worried, like if you were buying something that was actually what you thought it was. Did it say it was an artist proof, or how? Like, were you just?
It said it was part of the production process, and two things make me feel okay. One, I work in publishing, so I recognize what it is, and two, it's an auction, so I figure I'm not going to be out the full amount. There's going to be a second bidder, and maybe even a third bidder. Plus, I know these auction houses. I do deal with them a lot, so I can talk to them and figure stuff out if I need to.
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, handling it, obviously you don't handle it too often.
No, never, almost never.
But how's the binding? Is it tight? I mean,
No, it's terrible. It's literally what it is it's a giant sheet, right? Like a giant sheet, 8x8, 2-sided, folded over, trimmed, and then 2 staples. And they've got like whatever this like piece of paper that's brown, someone wrote Ninja Turtles on by hand, and the staples themselves are rusting. So this thing is not it's gonna need conservation in like 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, you can see you right there. The staples already bleeding through.
Yeah.
That's amazing, man. That's
absolutely. And I think that's why no one bid on it. I mean, it still went for 5 figures, but no one was comfortable enough to go bigger.
One of the moments that I really liked was this moment right here, where you kind of start talking about. You started off with Amazing Fantasy, talking about how this is, your favorite book and stuff, but then it goes into like a really cool moment talking about the history of comics. I'll play it real quick. Let's get this going here.
Spider-Man, obviously, this is the first appearance of Spider-Man. You're going to see a lot of these books, the characters first appear in a book that isn't their own book. This book is about $300,000, $350,000. I mean, it's just got one of the greatest covers of all time. Most people don't know this. Jack Kirby drew this cover. He drew almost every major Marvel character's appearance, including this one here, Captain America, #1.
Let me see.
Joe Simon signed
Joe
that.
Simon, and he drew this artwork.
He along with Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby and Joe Simon drew that book.
So this is absolutely amazing. Sean, when me and Sean were talking about this episode, Sean's like, I gotta ask him about the Joe Simon autograph. So let's talk about the signed, cap with Joe Simon's autograph on it. Like, what's the story with this?
This was, I got this. So I ran Valiant for a long time, 15 years, and there was a bit of a hostile takeover of Valiant, and I was pushed out, but I had a very strong contract, so I got paid out. And my first San Diego after that, I then went to shoot the Bloodshot movie, so I missed San Diego. My first San Diego after that, I'm in San Diego. I'm on the floor right before it opens, and I walk by a booth, and they've got a Marvel Comics 1 and a Captain America 1, this copy. And the guy, I talked to the guy, and I'm like, what are you asking on them? And he gave me a number on each, and the show hadn't even opened. And he's looking at me like, whatever, kid, you're not really interested. They're big books. They're both amazing books. I'm trying to fill the Valiant-shaped hole in my heart. I do have some money, and I took them both like that. I don't think he thought I was joking. And I walked around for the rest of the day with these 2 books in my backpack, having meetings before I could get back to the hotel and figure out a safe place for them. That's why I got it. Just before the show opened, he happened to have them. It's the highest graded signed copy. Some people don't like the fact that it's signed. Bigger collectors don't. I love it, man. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, and you got into the history of comics, especially in the early 30s and 40s, and I think to me that's the most important thing about that book, especially the point where you said this was before we got into the war. This was especially the fact that it was Jewish Americans that were protesting Hitler, and you got this American punching Hitler. It's probably one of the most iconic images, not just comics, but of the 20th century. It's up there, and that's very important. I don't think people get that. What are your?
When you hear it before America entered the war, you kind of get goosebumps, right? Because you're like, these guys are going out on a limb, and they had the moral compass so right, and it reminds you got to go out on a limb. You got to take those chances for what you think is right, just like they did.
Yeah, and that's something that you also said. You said that's what comics. There's a one point, and we're gonna play it here in a little bit, but I don't want to get too into it. But you kind of mentioned like that comics kind of teaches you that. That's a good thing about comics. It teaches you right and wrong, and you know, kind of helps that culture too. So it's an amazing thing. But this was super cool. I'm everybody's obviously jealous, but to me, like, there's certain books that I'm okay with getting autographs on. Let me ask you something. Would you rather have the autograph on the front like that, or the autograph on the inside page?
Front. I think I might be the minority. It's a cultural artifact now, right? It's Joe Simon not only was involved in making this book, he touched this exact copy, and it's authenticated, and his spirit lives on, the creator of Captain America. I love my Marvel Comics one, that copy that I bought that same day, that same time, is Marvel Comics 1 file copy, Lloyd Jacquet's personal copy. Lloyd Jacquet was the editor of Marvel Comics 1, the editor of Motion Picture Funnies Weekly 1, and the editor of New Fun Comics 1. So he edited the first Marvel and the first DC comic. He's a massive figure in comics. We know almost nothing about him. Most comic collectors barely know him.
Yeah.
To have his file copy, his personal copy that he had for decades, is amazing. Other collectors look at that and they go, I don't want that. That's worth less. It doesn't matter to me. I work in comics, so maybe I'm more excited about the history of comics because of that.
Yeah.
But I like
I definitely see both sides, but in this particular case, how are you gonna get Joe Simon? That's it. You know what I mean? Stan Lee, we've seen it. Come on, like we've seen enough. I do have Stan Lee autographs. They're personal. They're ones I got. Glad to have them, but I don't need him on every Sharpie scribbling on every Silver Age key, but a Joe Simon on a Cap 1. I mean, that's that.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky he signed it. It's a great placement of signature. It's a nice clean signature. It's sometimes Stan Lee, I've seen some amazing ones. I've seen some terrible ones.
Yeah.
He signs because he's so quick. He's doing so many. That I think is a fact. For me, that's a factor. It's the eye appeal as well.
Yeah. The next book that you guys talked about, this is probably one of my favorite parts. I'm the type of collector that loves the hidden things that a lot of people don't know about in comics. Early creator first or first creator first. I have a link in the description below to anybody out there that's into creators first. I love to compile creator first information. The first time they draw a famous character, the first time Frank Miller drew Daredevil, the first time Todd McFarlane drew Spider-Man, or even into the craziest stuff like letter page, artists sending in letters to letter pages when they were kids, which we'll talk about. In the market report. We have one of those coming up. But one of the ones you talk about is this book. Talk about this book a little bit. Motion Pictures Funnies is an absolutely amazing story.
This is my favorite book in my entire collection. This is the one that I just still get goosebumps about. It's so Motion Picture Funnies Weekly. For decades, Marvel Comics 1, the first Marvel comic, first timely comic that became Marvel, was considered the first appearance of the Human Torch, the different Human Torch, a predecessor to the one in the Fantastic Four. He's an android, and Name of the Submariner. Until this book was discovered. This book is edited by Lloyd Jacquet, the same guy that edited Marvel Comics #1. Marvel Comics #1 has a 12-page story that introduces Namor. At the end of page 8, the last panel has a black box. And forever, people were like, what is this random black box doing here? When they found this book, there were 7 copies. 5 of them, 2 of them were so damaged they had to be restored. So 2 are restored, 5 are unrestored. 5 copies. I don't know where the other ones are. This is the only one I know where, because I have it now. But in this book is the Namor story, and it's 8 pages, not 12. And the last panel has a text balloon that says, "Come back next month for more Namor," and that's the panel that's blacked out in the 12-page story. So they added 4 pages, and that maybe from the second issue. No, there's no copies known to exist as second issue. And they published it as Marvel Comics #1. This was given away at movie theaters about 6 months prior to Marvel Comics #1. So the idea would be you'd go to the theater, you go to the movie theater, you get to watch a movie for cheap, air conditioning, concessions, bring your kids, they get a comic book, and only 5 copies exist. None of them that were in the wild. These are all 5 from his personal files.
Wow. Jeez.
So and I put them on the show and crack the slab for us.
Dude, they tried to get me to do that. The director was like, we should have you come back on. We'll do a whole thing where we're like breaking into the book and seeing what's in there. It's like, hell no. Pages are brittle. I'm worried about that. Slightly brittle pages. But this is a book that like I wanted. it's a crazy ask. I'm very lucky. I put a bounty out. I couldn't find anyone that had one, let alone be able to get it. I put a bounty out. I said, if anyone can give me information that I can confirm someone that has a copy of this book, I'll give you $1,000 just to confirm someone that has it. And I confirmed someone, and then I talked to them, and about 3 or 4 years later, Mike Hansen actually put it together. The guy's kid was going to college, so he said, you know what, help me out with that, and it's time for me to let go of this book.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing, man. That's absolutely beautiful.
So the census does have 5 blue labels. Is that the deal, or you just know 5 copies?
I know from the census 5 copies. So all 7 copies were found at the same time. And so I've talked to the guys at CGC, and they told me they all got graded at the same time. 2 of them had to be restored. And so those are restored copies. So there's only 5. No one's ever found another copy before or since.
Do they have them as resto or as conservation?
The 2 that are not blue labels are restored.
Okay.
They're not. I don't think the conserved label existed back then. I don't know what would happen if they resubmitted them. I've not seen the extent of the restoration.
Okay.
This video is a little. This is a cut from the episode, you guys. I will put this link in the description if you guys want to see the whole thing. But I want to play this last part. It goes towards the end, all the way to the end of the video, so it gets obstructed by some images. But there's some things in here that Dinesh talks about that I want to get into next. So let's take a listen to this one. This is some pretty interesting stuff right here.
You brought $5-6 million in the collection. Crazy.
The collection, all the comics, and I'm a huge comic book art collector as well. So if you look at all that, 15 million.
Damn, boy, what is wrong?
Here's the thing. Here's why I feel okay about that. I made my money in comics. I lived the American dream. I ran my favorite company of all time, the characters I loved. I built it up. I made it amazing. We got a movie made. Then they fired me. That's the American dream. It gave me a lot of money. It was called Valiant Comics. I have a Valiant-shaped hole in my heart, and I try to fill it with all the stuff I loved as a kid.
That's one of the best stories I heard on the show.
Thanks, man.
But now you're up here with me.
Yeah.
So you're a winner.
Yeah,
that's all that matters. You already know what's up, man. Most expensive is Kitty Boy. I am.
So that to me was absolutely amazing to hear, man. That was super, super cool.
That's very embarrassing.
Why is that embarrassing? Why is that embarrassing?
You know, it's a lot of money, and also I saw it when the episode came out. I was like, did I really say I made it amazing? Because I don't feel that way. I think I was, on camera a little bit. It was a whole team, and like amazing is a subjective term. I think people like the books. I think we were nominated and won a lot of awards, but different strokes, different folks. But I do feel that way about the money I spent. My mom called me off the episode aired. She saw it, and I was like, "What do you think?" And she goes, "Can I be honest?" I said, "Yeah, sure." And she goes, "I think someone's going to break into your house and rob you."
That's the same thing my dad tells me all the time, man.
Don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
I was like, "This stuff isn't here. It's it's like in a safe in a bank."
Why would that be there? Yeah.
And she was like, "That's worse, because then there's nothing for them to take. Then they'll murder you." It's like, come on, Mom.
Well, the important.
But then how are they going to get the stuff?
Yeah.
Right. They're getting a hostage first. That's how they get it.
The important thing to me about that, what you said there, though, is you were talking about Valiant, man. And that's where I want to go next. I want to talk a little bit about Valiant, because I don't think people realize, people that know you and that are Valiant fans know the stories, but I don't think most people out there, especially a lot of the haters that talk, about bad ideas, I don't think they know how big and how important comics are to you, especially Valiant. And I want to talk a little bit about that. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Hong Kong.
Your whole, I mean, that's.
I was born in Dubai. My family moved to Hong Kong when I was 3 years old. I was in Hong Kong from 3 to all through high school, and then I went to London for a couple of years for law school. Then I went to LA. I came here for film school.
When did you find out about Valiant Comics?
In Hong Kong. I had a Death of Superman happened, and everyone in my high school, I was like 12, was talking about comic books. I had one buddy who his dad would go back and forth between Hong Kong and America. There were no comic shops in Hong Kong at that time, and he would bring back a suitcase of comics, and my buddy would give all of us one for free, and then you had to pay after that. And he was like ripping us off. I remember I didn't know trading cards came in packs, and so he would sell us one trading card at a time for the price of a pack, and he would make all this money, like chintzy stuff. But I was a big movie guy, and I remember reading my very, very first comic book ever. I read 2 the same day. The first one I read was Adventures of Superman 497, which was a Death of Superman issue. And then I read Magnus Rubber Fighter number 3. And I'm a huge movie guy. There's no storytelling like that in the movies. It's such nerd, deep dive, unfiltered genre, visual, right? Like you can kind of get that stuff from science fiction paperbacks, but not visual. And it was just like a lightning bolt. I mean, I think we've all had that experience. And I was hooked from there. It was awesome. But I couldn't get him. I had to go through this one guy. He ended up being my partner when we got Valiant. He was my partner.
Well, the crazy thing about Valiant is that when Valiant first came out, it was the image before image. I mean, even to this day, Valiant fans are just you know, I make fun of Disney fans. I call them the cult with love, and Valiant fans can be like that. I mean, Valiant fans, they're like Star Wars fans. They collect, and everything stays in their collection. Yeah. And it was such a big event when it happened. Were you in Hong Kong when that was going on too?
Yeah. And the only way I got that copy of Magnus 3 from my buddy, whose dad went over there. I didn't read another Valiant book until I came to America. All I did was look at the pictures in Wizard magazine, read about them in Wizard magazine, and Wizard was pumping them hard. I had the trading cards, the Valiant Universe trading cards. I read the backs of those for the story and the characters, but no copies.
Yeah, man. I remember, I think for a lot of us, Wizard is, a lot of people that, here on this panel, Wizard is such a nostalgia hit for us. And I remember reading Wizard. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I remember reading Wizards. Like, I would get so excited for my Wizard subscription. And I would immediately just start looking, for the different colors for books moving up. What were the hot books? What are, you would remember. I mean, I see the little number 1 or the little, telling it was a first appearance, and it gives me that rush. And Wizard is that ultimate nostalgia hit. And you're right, they did pump Valiant very hard, but some of that Valiant stuff is pretty crazy. What is? Give us a little hint on some Valiant stuff from that time period that you think is like not like the most expensive, not the craziest, the coupon stories, this and that. I want to know something that some maybe super Valiant fans might know, but regular comic guys don't know. Like this, some super cool issue or something in Valiant that is.
And we can be here for 3 hours. I'll try and go quick. Steel Nation, the first Magnus story, and Alpha and Omega, the 0 issue that's inserted in the first 10 filler issues. 2 of the finest comics for me, top 25 comics all time. History of comics, they're in there. A lot of the top 100, like when Diamond did a top 100 stories of all time, they included both of those. They're phenomenal. It's a reminder why Valiant was so successful because they were legitimately good. Pre the superhero universe, they had all the Nintendo books. Those are blown up now, but they also did like a SpaghettiOs tie-in comic book that is ridiculous. And the Valiant creators, they were all like Bob Layton, Don Perlin, Steve Ditko, Jim Shooter, Bryan Smith. They were all giant names in comics doing SpaghettiOs comics and innuendos up the wazoo. I mean, stuff that I couldn't even say here. You're going to read this thing if you can get a copy of it. And there's also a Cheezosaurus Rex is another one. I love that one.
Bro.
And he's just like clearly trying to have sex with these kids. But if you're reading this from Pizza Hut, you're not getting that. If you read it now as an adult, you're like, what the hell is going on? This is crazy.
Is this it right here?
Ventures, yes, that's it. That's the SpaghettiO comic.
You're not going to believe this.
Version. That's the Where's Waldo bursty on it. There's like 3 different versions.
You're not going to believe this, Dinesh. So my grandfather worked 30 plus years for Campbell Soup. My dad worked for Campbell Soup. I grew up in a SpaghettiOs household, and we had stacks of these things as a kid.
This one?
Yes. We would
Did you know it was a Valiant book?
I had no idea, man. I had no idea, and there's probably a couple left sitting at my parents' house because they kept all those. My dad would get like the first ever comic I remember getting was a Campbell Soup promo for Captain America, and I've told this story. I went and had Herb Trimp because I couldn't figure out who did the cover, and we thought it was Herb Trimp. I took it to Herb Trimp. He said, "Yeah, I did the cover," and I had a bunch of those, and I'm positive I know I've seen these before. I know I've seen stacks of them because my dad worked for him. I don't know if he still has them, but that is absolutely crazy, man.
So people that worked on this book that I've been able to confirm, Herb Trimpe did do the cover. Steve Ditko did some panels inside. Joe Quesada did some coloring early in his career. I think it was his 2nd or 3rd book. It's kind of a who's who. Bob Layton inked the whole thing, I believe. Janet Jackson did a lot of the coloring as well. It's a crazy. I mean, they were the biggest executives in comics trying to do their own thing, and this is where they started.
Yeah,
wrestling, Nintendo.
That's amazing, man.
Cool stuff.
Tell us the story about purchasing, getting Valiant as a Valiant fan. Obviously, we'll get into like that feeling, but where did the thought process come to actually pull that off?
I was obviously a big Valiant fan. It's my favorite thing ever in the world is Valiant. And any movie, video game, it's my favorite. It remains that way. For a period after I was putting out a company, I wasn't feeling that way, but it's hard to push nostalgia back too long. And I was working in the film business. I worked at Universal Studios, and Spider-Man 1 came out, and it made $114 million, biggest box office of all time. X-Men 1 came out. It did, again, a giant number. I forget the number now. And I remember going into work on Monday morning, and everyone in the studio was like, why are these movies making this kind of money? But I knew, like you guys know, you hear Snicked for the first time, and that's a big deal. It's the cartoons, the toys, the comics, the games. There's a huge audience. So I felt like simultaneously I was feeling like there was a glass ceiling. I was trying to figure out how to get ahead of that. And because I'd moved up very quickly, but I couldn't get past director of development for a production company. And I felt like I had maybe a little bit of knowledge that was coming. And so I thought, what could I get my hands on? What could I get involved in? And I read this. I read that Valiant was in bankruptcy. I claimed that bought Valiant went in bankruptcy. There was going to be an auction, and I was like, that'd be a great idea. But who does stuff like that? And then I read that Film Roman, the animation company that's involved in The Simpsons, bought Valiant for $50,000. And then I got very angry because it's worth a lot more than that. And look, I don't have $50,000, but I grew up in Hong Kong. I've got some friends that have wealthy parents. I could maybe figure something out. Then I read that rumor was false, and there was an auction coming out. That's when I called my buddy who was selling me all those comic books. I put a list together of all my friends that I thought could be appropriate. He was top of the list. Someone whose parents are very wealthy. They'd probably give him the money because they're just happy he's doing something. And he understood what Valiant could be. He was there when we were all fans of it, and it was huge. So we went to this bankruptcy auction, and there was two other parties, a whole mess. You do this due diligence process where you look at all the documents, and no one could get the documents to Chainz title. There was something like 86 parties, Sony, Paramount, Google, every big company was looking at the documents. I thought, no way, I have a chance. When we went there, it was only three parties. Us, the former CEO of Acclaim, which is why no one got the documents, because his brother ran the law firm. So he was bidding. And then there was this former marketing manager from Marvel that had made some money in the stock market. And the three of us were bidding, and we outbid the former CEO. We couldn't outbid the former marketing executive at Marvel. He just was going too hard. He went over $1 million. And he ended up with it. And we were very lucky that the minute the auction ended, some articles went up in CBR Newsarama. A fourth party that couldn't afford to bid had filed these trademarks that were going to blackmail the winner. That guy pulled out. The former CEO of Acclaim, he'd put his money elsewhere at that point. So we came in, we negotiated a reduced price because we had this legal battle impending. And I was young, 24 years old, very foolish, didn't understand what I was getting into. Got myself into a 3-year, very expensive legal battle. Won, luckily. Cannot say who it is. It's someone famous in comics. Part of the settlement, I cannot say who it is, do reputational damage to them. And then I started the journey, another 5 years of figuring out how comics works, which, I tried to figure out the model. Turns out comics is a terrible business. If you look just at publishing, you've got to look much broader, even past the film and TV, to licensing as a model to make it work. And then Marvel got sold to Disney. That was great because the CEO of Marvel left, Peter Cuneo. I put together at that point a plan and a team, partnered with him. He became our financer for a little bit. He was our chairman the entire time I was there, and we launched in 2012. Yeah. And it was my dream. I mean, I'm running. It's like running Marvel, but for me, it's better because I like Valiant better than Marvel. It's like running your favorite thing ever. You're making decisions. You know what you like about it. The fans were very excited because I just had a gut feeling for it, and we got to tell new stories, and people loved them. It was awesome, man. I wish I could have done it my whole life.
I hear people talk about that time period of Valiant with reverence and about. I think at that time it was such an amazing time in comics where, you know, you're starting to see the beginnings of a lot of things that are going on now. You know, ratio variance, high quality. Obviously better stories. Some of the artists that you worked with at that time period that you're working with now, of course, Megalith, right? Like, absolutely. You created some amazing relationships at that time. What was it like working with some of those amazing artists and creators that you brought in that a lot of people really didn't know about?
It was incredible. I mean, some of them are my idols. When we launched, Carrie Nord launched the book for us. X-O Manowar was our first title. Carrie Nord and Robert Venditti. Robert had never written an ongoing comic before. He'd written Surrogates, which became a movie. He was an independent guy. Now he's writing a superhero ongoing. We're taking a chance at him. But Carrie Nord had launched Conan. And so I remember reading those Kurt Busiek Conan books thinking, oh my God, I wish someone like this, he's the modern day, I mean, Barry Smith is you know, beyond anybody, but he's the modern day Barry Smith. Barry did Conan, he's doing Conan. He's got that testosterone feel to him. And we pushed the launch back a year to get Carrie because we had other people that were interested. And once he became available and he said, well, I need 8 months. We said, great, went to the board. They were very supportive. I made a big pitch to them and they agreed. The launch is more important than anything. If this guy is literally a material difference, let's eat the money. Let's push a year. And that gave me a year to then, with Fred Pierce and Warren Simons and all these amazing executives in comics, be able to really have the time to build the right company, the right launch pattern, or the right books. We launched with covers by Jujovovich. We had Josh Dysart and Jeff Lemire, Matt Kint, Clayton Crane, Miko Soyan, Paolo Rivera, all these amazing people.
Yeah, some of that early Miko Soyan stuff. Anyways, it was absolutely amazing to look back at that time period. Like I said, people look back at it. A lot of the people that I talked to about that being, you know, collectors and loving, you know, comics, that they talk about that time with Valiant with reverence. I know that it ended bad, you know, but like you said, I think it was meant to be. I think it, you know, to have it fall apart at the last second, you know, for the original buyer, for you being there, you know, how you grew up and falling in love with Valiant and being the partner with the guy that you did it with as a young kid, that was meant to be, man. That was synchronicity at its highest form.
I only have love for it. At the time, it was hard to see that. The best thing for me personally, I've got 3 kids now. I wouldn't have the time to do the first running Valiant. Obviously, I've made a lot of money. I love what I'm doing at Bad Idea. I love the people I'm working with. It was inevitable. I always knew it was inevitable. If we were successful, we would have made something that people wanted to take away from us. That's just how it goes. Yeah. So I'm very happy with what ended up happening.
Yeah. Just amazing stuff. I'm glad we got to kind of look back on that and let people know about those stories, because a lot of people don't know about that stuff. So
I feel like I'm boring the shit out of you guys.
No, dude. No, this is amazing.
Hell no, man. Really, are you kidding? Get out of here, dude. This is great, man.
Yeah, normally we interrupt the shit out of each other.
Yeah, like it takes a lot to keep me quiet, man. You guys are very good. I'm just sitting here like a little kid, just enjoying the shit out of this.
Hood, I mean, you grew up in a comic book store, man. Do you remember the Valiant, the original Valiant time period, and then at the time when, you know, Dinesh kind of had put his stamp on it? What was it like?
So what year did you buy Valiant? What year did you come on? What, 96, 7?
No, so Valiant launched the Super Universe launched in 91. I got involved in 2004, and we launched.
Oh, okay.
We launched in 2012.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like you saw Valiant books everywhere at my uncle's shop, and people would buy them. I mean, they bought Image. I mean, but it wasn't something where like my uncle was a hoarder. He ordered every fucking book.
Nice.
I remember holding like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #1, and the other guy that was in charge of the comics, he showed it to me. He goes, "What do you think about this?" And I go, "It's black and white, you know." And he goes, I go, "They're turtles." He goes, "Yeah, I know." I go, "Man, ninjas. This shit ain't gonna sell." You know, and I couldn't have been more wrong. And you know, like Rocket Raccoon like when he had his first solo title, I go, what the hell is this? And now he's my favorite character, you know?
Yeah, I remember getting $40 for a gift certificate, and the number one in Wizard was Magnus Robot Fighter 12 for the first Turok, right? And so $40, man, in the 90s was, I mean, that's a significant amount, man. Knuckle gave me that. Still, no one's ever given me a gift certificate that big to a comic store or any, but anyway. So, and apparently it included tax. So I went in there and he had that on the wall for $40. I used my whole $40 on Magnus Robot Fighter 12. Oh, I still have it though.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I still have it. So always been down for Turok, and for that I was like, you know, I gotta go. It's the hottest. It's the number one, and it's exactly all the money I have.
For me,
can I ask you something real quick? Possible misconception. I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Sure.
So, what is the difference between the glossy and the matte on Rise Zero? How can you tell?
So I know this because I was very lucky enough to work with, I worked with so many talented people at Valiant, but I worked with Fred Pierce, who was the head of production at Valiant in the 90s, and he was our publisher the entire time I was there. So I talked to him. We shared an office, and we'd be working, but I'd also ask a bunch of nerd Valiant questions. I'd show him something. I'd be like, do you remember making that? Like, what is this prototype thing? I asked him about the glossy. What happened was they got their orders for Rise Zero, and the orders were decent. And then they got reorders right at the equivalent of FOC, which was that point, the order deadline, right? And the orders jumped up, but they had already allotted a certain amount of paper because this cover needed a special type of paper. They then went back to up their orders, and the printer was like, we can't get more of this paper. So Fred said, okay, no problem. Give us the closest stock you can, the next stock over. So most of the run, about 80% of the run, 90% of the run is this initial non-glossy paper. Then the last 10% is this glossy paper, and the way you can tell is the glossy paper shrinks a little bit when it's printed on.
Underhang, right?
Yeah, so you can
see the splash page, like maybe a quarter of an inch, maybe a little bit less.
Exactly right. Down. And that's how you can tell. And so you have to touch it. You can just see it in a pulley bag or on a wall, which one's a glossy, which one's not. And look at this cover. I mean, this cover is incredible.
Iconic.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I still have that too.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's almost like a second. It's not, because I get it, but it's almost like a second print, almost.
Yeah, it's the same run, so technically it's not. But I think for collectors, it is, right?
Yeah, it's
so the ratio is what, 1 in 9, 1 in 10,
something like that. I kept trying to get Fred to. He said he had all the paperwork somewhere in his attic. He could never find it. He did try many times. He never found it. So I don't know the exact numbers, but something like, I believe they sold about 80,000 copies. And something less than 10,000 were the glossy at the end of the run.
Excellent. Okay. That's the type of information that people are geeking out over right now. I can tell you that for sure. One of the books that, or not necessarily books, but brands that really made me first recognize Valiant, especially as a kid, was, and you brought it up, was Nintendo. I think that back when Valiant was first starting, to pick that up was such a great idea. Did you ever hear backroom stories about why they decided to grab that Nintendo?
Yes, I know that story. So Steve Mazzarski and Jim Shooter were the two partners. I'm going to plug my computer while I say this. Sorry, just 1 second.
No worries, brother.
It's going to die.
So this is for everybody out there that doesn't know. This is the sneak preview Valiant put out for the Nintendo brand, and a lot of people can call it like the first. I wouldn't say Mario appearance, but the first Nintendo Mario appearance. The first Mario would be the King Kong stuff, but this is like the first Nintendo Mario appearance. And to me, this is one of my all-time top 10 favorite comic books.
It's awesome. And they put a ton into it. Again, it's like a bunch of the biggest creators worked on this. So Steve Mazzarski and Jim Shooter are the two guys running a Valiant early on. And the plan is they'd raise money to create a superhero universe. And Mazzarski he's a lawyer. He represents like the Allman Brothers band. He's got all these other business interests. He comes to Shooter and he says, hey, I've got this incredible opportunity. Nintendo are willing to do comic books. We can license their comic books. Jim doesn't want to do it, but Steve talks him into it. It's good business sense. They launched the books. 2 things went wrong. 1, nobody cared. So the book sold terribly, especially from a new publisher. And 2, they spent way too much money. Fred Pierce was brought in by the investor into Valiant. he was essentially meant to be a mole, a spy. And he came in and he ran all production. And one of the things he told me is he looked at the books and they were losing money. The more copies they sold, the more money they lose because there were no finance people there. So they were spending too much money creatively, not charging enough, not being disciplined enough. And they were losing money hand over fist. Valiant almost went out of business. They went through, I think, 3.5 out of their $4 million doing Nintendo books and wrestling books. And not that dissimilar to Stanley and FF1. With the last bunch of money they had, Jim was like, I'm just going to throw a Hail Mary. And they did Magnus and then Solar and then Harbinger and Exo and Ryan. And then they started to get some momentum.
What was your relationship like with Jim Shooter?
Not good. Not good. I'm a huge, it's obviously being a huge Valiant fan, you idolize Jim. And we brought him in to run the company in 2008, I want to say. Brought him in, did a deal, and we paid him, I was young and stupid, too much money, gave him a crazy page rate. He was writing, he was publisher. We had him for about a year. And one day he pretends to get upset about nonsense, nothing. And the whole morning he's saying, I need my check, I need my check, I need my check. Sure, no problem, Jim. This is what happened. We had a deal to bring Magnus Solar Truck back into the company in a license in perpetuity. And they were excited about the plan. They're excited about Jim. And they had told us, we've heard you don't actually have Jim. We heard he's a dark horse. We said, no, he's literally in the office next door. So I go to Jim, hey, I need you to jump on the phone with these guys. And he goes, yeah, no problem, no problem. I need my paycheck first, though. So he's arguing about this. He gets his paycheck, goes to the bank. He's like, we'll call them after the bank, after lunch. Goes to the bank, comes back. I said, okay, good, let's call him. He said, no, I can't do that. So why? He goes, I can't lie to them. I don't know what. Or you can just tell me you work here. I can't lie to them. Starts yelling at me. I go, okay, calm down. We'll do it tomorrow. I go in my office. He packs up all his shit, leaves. I go into his office later because Walter was in there as well. Walter's another guy working this. I was like, what the hell happened? Where's Jim? Because he packed up his shit. And I look at everything. I'm like, where's all his reference books on his desk? I don't know. And I opened his drawer. And it's all gone. So he emptied his desk. I said, Walter, did he empty his desk? No. He just put his laptop and he left. Where's reference books? They weren't here this morning when I came in. I went to the front desk because we, a shared office. And I said, pull up Jim Shooter's key card. He'd been coming in after work, midnight, for weeks. So then San Diego happens 2 weeks later. They announced the Dark Horse Solar Magnus Torque deal. What he'd done is, I think he didn't have faith in us. We're kids. It's understandable, but you shouldn't do this. He had taken our deal, the terms of our deal, and he'd taken it over to Mike Richardson. And Mike didn't know anything. He didn't know about us. We never announced Jim. We were keeping it a secret. We were going to do a big announcement with the books and everything. And they did the deal over there, and Jim went and wrote all those books. It ended up being, so I have not a great feeling about Jim, but it ended up being fine because I got to watch a kind of pseudo launch of those characters. And I made this huge chart, all the releases, every press release, everything they did, what worked, what didn't work. It was kind of a how-to, not how to fuck it up. So when we launched Valiant, I learned a lot from that. I really owe them. They made a bunch of mistakes I probably would have made otherwise.
I think that there's that theory, that mistakes are just as important as the wins and stuff because you learn off them. If you're not learning off of them, they could be more important, like you said. Yeah. So that's amazing. I know Jim is one of those guys that they talk about like having that disposition. Like there's people in comics that you want to hear stories about because they're known for having that disposition. And Jim always was one of the guys I wanted to talk to you about. So that's very, very cool information, man.
He's a weird dude. He's very creative. He sees the entire world as black and white heroes and villains. And he's the hero of his story. And I mean, I've heard him in panels talk about his time with me, and he'll tell stories. And I'm like, dude, that nothing even close to that happened. He tells a story about how I told him to hide in the bathroom because we had someone coming over. I would never do that to anyone in my life. What difference does it make that you're here? What are you talking about? Would he make these? I think he believes them. He really would. He's something. He had a tough upbringing.
Yeah.
Some people never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Yeah, you know what? That's the best line I've heard about Jim. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff.
All right. Worked with and for people like that. So,
but he's a genius. I mean, the stuff we never published it. I always wanted to. If I'd still been a Valiant, eventually I would have felt comfortable enough with the universe that we're creating to publish kind of an Elseworlds, and we always intended to publish. He wrote about 6 issues, Ninjak, Exo, a couple of things. They were fantastic. I mean, early Valiant peak stuff he wrote for us. Very slow.
Do you think that?
I would love to publish them.
Do you think that any of that will ever see the light of day?
I hope so. I think people talk about Valiant as a company that can't make it, and I look at Valiant as a company that will not die. So I think there's probably another round somewhere. Someone will come in, hopefully do it right, and maybe Valiant owns all that stuff. Hopefully it's there. If not, I've got files they can get in touch with me. The same way I got in touch with all the people from the original Valiant. They gave me stuff, scans and things. So I hope so. I think so.
When did the oh, go ahead, Hood.
No, I was just going to ask Dinesh, like, in your time with Valiant, was there ever a writer or artist that you try to recruit from DC or Marvel that you felt like you had a real good chance to bring them over, and then they didn't? And do you have some kind of a story like that? Did you guys ever recruit?
Oh, constantly. I mean, there were so many. We were fearless. I would ask anybody make the play. What's really fun about Bad Idea now is because of Valiant, because of the stature of the people involved, and we've all got experience, we're able to bring those people in. We haven't announced most of the people working with us, but it's insane. People that are working on the next bunch of Bad Idea books, like real top A plus people. But at Valiant, I was asking all of them. We had Asad Ribic on board, a bunch of covers. He did one. Got a call from Axel Alonso. Axel was like, no more. Terry Dodson was doing a book for us. He did a cover first, got the call. No more. I mean, they put the kibosh on it. Or sometimes we'd announce, now I know better than to do this. We'd announce somebody and Marvel would perk up and they'd be like, that guy's available? And they'd call and they said, come do X-Men. So we've got a couple guys right now that I won't say because I'm worried they're huge names. And I'm worried that if I say them, it'll get out there and Nick Lowe or somebody from Marvel is going to call and be like, no, come over here. Join the Avengers. So
was there a project that you never got to do and you had a artist or a writer in mind and it just never?
Tons, man. I mean, I finally had a deal in place to do Solo Magnus Torque. We had a deal with Dynamite Entertainment. They had the license, and we were going to do 3 summer events. Each time, we were going to partner with a reprinting of one of the older Magnus Robot Fighters' first story, Solo's first story, and then Unity. And we had a deal to do this big crossover, and we had Matt Kint writing, and I can't speak to how true this is, but my understanding is they had Alex Ross in to draw, to paint it.
Man.
And we had a teaser ready with Kint and Ross, and it was going to be awesome. Solo's going to come back. We had a Harbinger Wars 2 story that Eric Heiser, who was nominated for an Academy Award for Arrival, was writing for us. Bob Layton was going to come, and if you look at Rise Zero, every single thing that they predicted in Rise Zero for the future Valiant happened eventually, except for one thing. There was one character in the background of one big ensemble shot where they're at the death of Shadow Man, and there's all the characters. Some of them wouldn't appear for a year or two later. There's one that they never did, and I went to Bob and I said, "Who's this guy?" And he said, "I don't know. We just threw people in that we'd come to later." And I said, "Let's tell a story about this guy." And he came up with this really cool story, and we were going to announce it as the Lost, the Harbinger, Exo, Rise, Solar, this guy. I called him the Servant. That would have been really cool to tell a story in that old Valiant universe.
Wow.
Stuff.
I love stuff like
cool
that.
Cool stuff, man.
Yeah. The little callbacks and that's the stuff that fans love. When did you start thinking about Bad Idea?
The day that I was fired. The day that I wasn't fired. I shouldn't say that word. I was forced to resign, which is fired in a worse way, because you're forced to go. But my exit agreement, they were not very smart about it. I did not have a non-compete or any of that stuff. I only had a non-solicit. I couldn't ask any of the people at Valiant to come work with me, which was fine because they all asked me, and that was totally fine. That was legal. So literally the first day I started thinking about what I wanted it to be. And my one idea was this. My one idea was at Valiant, I had to live in the house they built. And I loved living in that house. I loved the Valiant universe. But now if I'm doing my own thing, I don't have to publish every month. I don't have to do anything. I can do whatever I want. I can do no variants, no digital, no trades. I can do whatever I want. So a bunch of people got involved and we all came up with the plan together. But really from day one, right away.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. You get that little chip on your shoulder, right? And you want to kind of go prove to everybody, even more, that you're worth being in this spot, being in this world. And I find it very interesting, that little shot of energy you get after a situation like that happens.
I was very driven. I still am. I'm very driven by it. I was angry at that point. But their job, the entire company's job, was to diminish me, right? To say he had nothing to do with it. In fact, he probably fucked it up, and to try and push me out of the any credit for anything I've done. And anyone that left, push them out of it. So I was very driven to be like, no, that's not, my story is not going to be that no one ever heard about me again. I really want to, I love what I'm doing. I want to do better and bigger things going forward. So I work very hard, and the whole team does.
You, I don't really want to get too deep into it, but you kind of have been doing that whole time. You started in the movie business, you continued in the movie business. I have plans to talk to you about, your whole movie business part of your life later on. So I don't want to get to that today, and I'll fill you in on that later. But
okay.
The bad idea stuff, I always talk about bad idea because I feel like the movie business does play a big part in it. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but confirm. Maybe you can confirm this. How do you guys decide to choose stuff for bad idea? I mean, do you guys want to turn these projects into movies? Do you just anything that you like you turn into a book or an IP? What is the process for bad idea books?
We don't. It's very unique. I'm going to try and talk about it. There's like a super massive black hole at the center of the galaxy that is bad idea. I'm a big astrophysics fan. I think in those terms, that is bad idea, and this big secret in the middle of bad idea that we are holding, and it's huge, and it'll be like a nuclear bomb went off when we announce it. That we're not saying. So this is as much as I can say. I'm going to say more than I have before. The investors in bad idea are two filmmakers, A++ monster giant, biggest movies of all time type filmmakers, and we know them from our relationships at Valiant. And the minute that Valiant went the way it did, got the call, and they were like, "Hey, we love comics. We really liked working with you," which is very humbling because it's so big. And what are you gonna do next? You're gonna start another publishing company? We want to fund it. And I said, yeah, I am gonna, but I've got my own money now. I don't want to deal with investors. And they just badgered. Finally, they were like, "You're kind of being a dick. You're being disrespectful. At least give us an offer. Make us an offer." So I wrote a very one-sided offer. I said, "This is very one-sided. You're not going to do this." They agreed. No negotiations. Funded the company, exact terms I wanted. And they don't get in the way at all. They're never like this thing, not that thing. They're only helpful from a story standpoint when I call or ask. They help relationship-wise. They help financially. They just love comics so much that they get to kind of play, right? They get to be like, I own a comic book company. I'm part of a comic book company. And so we don't do the thing that a lot of publishers do that I did at Valiant, which is you think very movie and TV centric. We don't do that. The whole thing is we could do that easily if we wanted to, and at some point we will. I have relationships. They obviously have a lot of relationships. Giant movie stars are constantly reading our books and telling us what they think because they've been handed those books by them. But we're early. And right now we're just trying to be super creative, tell the best stories we can in comics. Sometimes we go, yeah, that'll make a great comic book, great movie or TV show. Other times we've got a book coming out called Banana #1, issue #1. Okay, Banana #1. And it opens with a guy getting interrogated in a space station, but he's wearing a banana suit and he's got a #2 on his head. And they're asking him about Banana #1. And then it cuts to Banana #1, who's having all these adventures like I don't know, the Phantom or Doc Savage, and he's an actual human-sized banana come to life, right? And we have a giant artist on this book, and it's ridiculous. And there's no way anyone's making a movie or a TV show out of this. We've got Bunsen Beaver, it's about a cartoon that gets thrown out and he becomes a bank robber and super violent. Like, who's going to make a movie out of that? So we tell all sorts of stupid stories.
Is it based on 2 Chainz outfit in the interview? Or
you should. That's an admit.
You look like a giant banana, dude. On that drip. I'm just saying.
That might have been what inspired it. But sometimes we've got a book coming up that Rob Venditti wrote. It's a submarine, kind of like a high adventure submarine story. I think it's the best thing he's ever written. I want to see that as a movie. That feels like a Top Gun Maverick, Fury Road type thing to me. And then there's other ones that are just, we've got a thing that's very similar to a huge franchise. Takes a different turn, but I know Hollywood, they will never make that. Cool, we're doing it anyway. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, right now you have probably one of the most beautiful books I've ever seen. It definitely is up there. That being Megalith. The Kickstarter starts tomorrow. You guys, you can find more information on that in the description of this video if you're catching this on the replay. For everybody that's catching it live, we're dropping links to the Kickstarter in the live chat. This is absolutely gorgeous. Talk
those
a little.
Those top two on the left, those are covers. Everything else are interior pages. The entire book looks like everything else. That's the interiors.
It's amazing. I mean, look at that art, you guys.
I think of Once and Future when I see that a little bit.
Yeah. It's a big science fiction. So the idea is that a big monolith crashes into Baltimore, and nobody knows what it is. And they send 3 teams of experts to breach it, one from the top, one from the middle, one from the bottom. The thing starts sprouting tendrils, ripping up concrete parts, replicating itself, 3D printing itself bigger. They finally get in through the bottom. They've got to climb it like the Poseidon Adventure. It finally forms its final form, and it's like a giant, this mech robot thing. Meanwhile, we find out an even bigger one's coming. And so it's like a giant, I guess, Man of War or Iron Man fighting Godzilla with huge space implications. And it's Alyssa Rosa just going absolutely fucking nuts.
Yeah,
very cool.
What was you what was it like starting with you started with him back in Valiant?
Yeah, he was with us at Valiant.
Yeah. What was your first meeting with him like? I mean, did you pick him from what was he doing at the time? That type of deal.
Lewis had worked at Marvel. We had a guy at Valiant called Warren Simons. Warren was one of the editors over there. He was our editor-in-chief at one point. And he and Lewis had worked together at Marvel on a book called Punisher. Lewis was out of the industry. Lewis has back issues, and he was sorting that out. And so he stopped drawing, and we got in touch with him, and we convinced him that he should come back because he's so talented. And we would give him the schedule to be able to do that because he can't draw every day all day like other artists can. He just physically can't do it. So these pages, he's averaging about 4 weeks a page. To give you a sense, other artists will do an entire book in 4 weeks. Sometimes he's 6 weeks. The covers are 6 weeks. That's like an issue and a half, and he's doing that for one cover, which is why, I mean, this page where they're in the brain of the thing. I mean, like, this crazy. The rendering is insane. The composition, the storytelling, the acting, the body language, it's all takes a lot of time. So we brought him in, and we put him on flashback sequences in Harbinger, 2 or 3 pages at a time, and he killed it, amazing. And then he did covers for us, and then we did a Bloodshot Reborn section. Then him and Miko did a story with Jeff Lemire. They split duties. And then when we started Bad Idea, he came with us, and literally day one, he started this book. So this is 5 years now. It was meant to be our launch book. Very foolishly, we were like, we'll launch with this. And then Lewis just got more detailed and more detailed. Eventually, we were like, you know what? This is going to be what it's going to be. We just got to support it. Let's make it the best thing we can make it. Bring in Laura Martin, bring in Taylor Esposito, do this crazy production to it. Now we've got this big campaign because we feel like we built a company in Bad Idea that is niche, but this book isn't niche. This book can be very, very broad. So we don't want to shackle it with the branding of Bad Idea and the distribution method we have. We want to try and give it a big enough platform.
It's gorgeous, man. It's so beautiful. Can you kind of give us an idea of some of the Kickstarter goals that you're going to have for this?
Sure. The main thing we're doing is we're doing this hardcover. It's the entire story, all the supplementary material, all the little stories that we're telling in addition to the main story, plus this big artist edition. And then we've really roped in Lewis. We're trying to celebrate him, and Matt Kint's helping. And then we've got, I told you, we've got people like Laniel Yu and James Harron and Joe Quesada doing a bunch of work with us for this book as well. But the tiers are, you can get everything from, my favorite tier is there's a tier where you can get the hardcover. It's got an overpaint where we replace the cover with canvas, and Lewis does like a kind of abstract painting on each and every one. And then on the inside, he'll do an original sketch. Lewis he's too in demand and too detailed to ever open up a commission list. He's never, ever opened a formal commission list. So we talked to him about that, and he was gracious enough to do a handful of sketches for us. Very, very detailed, the same kind of rendering he does. So some lucky people will be able to get that if they're fast enough. And then we've got this video box. We created this new kind of product. You get the hardcover in it. You open up the box. On the inside cover, on the inside flap, there's a video screen, and we're gonna have Matt Kint record personalized videos. It'll open up and it'll say, "Hey, Bryan, thanks so much for supporting this book. This book is amazing. I hand signed it to you." You get like kind of like a cameo meets gift box, luxury gift box, kind of like a museum, which is inspired by kind of art installations and museum technology. That one's cool. That one's pricey though. But that one's cool.
I just love the high quality. That's such a big deal for me, especially in comics nowadays. And
well, you know, that's the thing. You got to have differentiation, right? Like, at least you're trying to push the envelope and move the needle. Like, you're a collector, Dinesh. You see all the junk that's out there right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is, you know, something that we need. Like, just keep pushing and keep doing what you're doing, because
thanks, man.
Like eventually one of these things is just going to take off, and then the next thing you know, it's 10 years later. This is probably a movie or something. But you know, if you don't try, like, you'll never know. I mean,
this is the first one that those filmmakers I told you about. This is the first one that they were like, "What's happening with this?" This is the first one where I could see them get like film greedy. Everything else, they're like, "Look, they are. We're working with them on a TV show. We've got some big talent on there. We said, hey, this would be great to work together on. We've got some other people, the producers, actors, etc., other things. But this is the first one where they were like, don't show this to anyone else. we might want this one." And they're perfect for it. I mean, they're big commercial filmmakers. So. Cool.
One of the things that Bad Idea does, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, is the whole collecting aspect, and you really do good things for the people who love to collect. And one of that being the Bad Idea gold pins. Explain this one.
This one is, you asked where the ideas come from. This one's the brainchild of Josh Johns. He really came up with this almost whole cloth. So what we do is we have Bad Idea has no variants, no trade paperbacks, no digital. The only place you can get the Bad Idea books when they come out in the issue form, and Megalith will eventually come out in the issue form, is the Bad Idea destination stores. We have people come in, they sign up, they agree to certain rules. We have 250 stores. They're the best stores, in my opinion, in the entire world. And we send every major release we put out, every kind of #1 issue, we send each of these stores one gold pin. So this is the first customer pin for Megalith hardcover. First customer pin for, say, ENIAC was a pin that we did. And the way you get it is you're the first person in that store on the day of release to buy that book. Comes some like stamps, you know, first day issues, they stamp them a certain way. And what you do with these, they like a currency, they're like a Bad Idea currency. We'll make offers to the fans, say, hey, we've got this special book or this special event. Sometimes it's like a party, San Diego Comic-Con party. If you've got a gold pin, come with the gold pin. You're in the party, drink all night, eat all night. Wow. If you send us the pin when we make an offer, you can redeem it for limited edition books. There's a book called Retirement Plan that's only available to pin collectors. We haven't published any other way. I'm sure at some point we will, but it might be a long time. It's already been like in a year and a half. It might be years before we do. The pin collectors have it. They can read that book. They've got that book. That's a Matt Kent book as well. So that's, you know, he's a big writer. So we do all sorts of stuff. We did rocks. Do I have one here? Somewhere?
Yeah, we were gonna talk about the rocks. I figured that might have been one of the ones where you said it wasn't the best ideas.
No, these did really well. We did hundreds of these. This is when there was the paper shortage. We couldn't get paper, and we're like, what do we do? We're a business that's an ink on paper business. What do we do? And I don't know who. Maybe I did. Someone threw out, why don't we just sell rocks? And so we have these rocks, and we literally, this is my daughter's name. I did one for her. And we literally just wrote Bad Idea on them, and we send them to fans, and they just put them on their desk, and it said Bad Idea. And we said one pin plus like $20 in shipping, you get a rock. And we had hundreds and hundreds. We thought it was 40 people. I remember we thought it was 40. We called all 40, and we were like, hey, you're one of the 40 idiots that did this. We're going to do something special for you. And then we went to check the mail the next day, and there was like 400 more. And we're like, oh, we should have waited. We had to call it. Like, we can't do that special thing. Too many of you. You're going to get your rock, though. And everyone got a hat as well because we felt bad.
That's one of the things I'm talking about. Like, it kind of skirts that thing of being like a little trollish, but you also kind of like throw in that cherry on top where anybody who decided to like play the game and get one of these rocks, you're going to get something awesome extra. Like for the pins, you know, the pins are great, but one of the cool things about the pins is pin holders can come to these events, and these events are just out of this world badass. San Diego was amazing, man. It was one of the coolest little, just I wouldn't even call it a party. It was just very chill, laid back. You had creators.
It was a party.
Dude. Yeah, but it wasn't like, listen, maybe I'm just
because we weren't dancing doesn't make it not a part.
Yeah. But it wasn't like loud, super loud music, flashing lights, bougie party.
Yeah, we made sure not to do that. We wanted it to be a ton of booze, a ton of food, and a ton of people in a really cool space. But we're all a little older. We don't need that. We don't need to be 18.
Yeah, exactly. And it was, dude, I met so many cool people. So many people within the community would come and talk, and it was such a good time, man. And that's the type of stuff I love,
And Matt was great. Kent was there, and he just sat. He was like, "Get me a table. I'm just gonna do sketches all night for anyone that wants them."
Yeah,
which is amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So is it just gonna be hardcover only, or are there comics also?
So the whole plan is we're doing this Kickstarter because we've got this ridiculous acetate super premium comic book individual issues plan, but it doesn't make financial sense. So we're doing this Kickstarter. We're going to raise some money. We're going to then burn that money doing these ridiculous comic books that we'll lose money on, I'm sure. So the plan is we get the hardcover now, we price skim, and then we do these amazing single issues afterwards.
Yeah.
So if you want, you can wait for the single issues. It'll be a while. That's the preview book we did, so people could take a look at the art.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely gorgeous black and white art on the inside. And you know what, man? I'm geeking out so bad over this logo, the color.
Yeah,
the
that does look good.
This is so cool, man. Ride with the look on this logo. This is really, really cool.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. This is a designer named Nate Made It. Does a lot of our stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love. Yeah. Shout out to Nate Made It. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's amazing. So, yeah, you guys, Megalith it's the real deal. It is that beautiful. It's that gorgeous. Anybody that I've showed to it or said, hey, you need to check this out. And I've really, I'm not saying this because Dinesh is here. If you guys go watch old shows, you'll hear me talk about it a lot, about how beautiful it is. When we first saw the art, we first started seeing black and white images of the art. It was just, it was jaw-dropping type stuff. So it's definitely worth checking out. Even if you're not a bad idea collector or something, check it out because you're a comic fan and you enjoy the brand, not necessarily the brand, but the content that's coming out. It's very interesting. Let's get into a lot of people's favorite new segment on Beyond Wednesday's channel. Just a short segment today.
Drama.
Yeah. Hood knows what it is.
Excited about this.
Yeah, let's get into drama report.
Into the
Hey, and signed.
Yeah, there we go. Hey. That's what
I'm
talking
2000. About. I've seen that one before. I think I have a couple.
I've got a couple of these.
They couldn't have been 2000. I've seen so many of those. I think they just kept renumbering them.
I want to start off.
This one is 102 of 2000.
Ooh, low number.
I was going to show it earlier, but like you said, you and Jim Shooter didn't get along.
Professionally, but as a fan, I'll still, every time I see a book with his signature, I buy it. It's like that weird thing, right?
Yeah.
I can be the 13-year-old that forgets that I ever met him.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about a little bit of the spicier things in drama, comic book drama alert, but you know, it's a joke. Really, it's a joke to kind of goof and talk about things that are kind of a little ridiculous. Sometimes we get into some of the darker type stuff, but one of the things that I want to talk to you about is the future of comics and where you see it heading. And I'll be honest, it does feel dark. There's a few little shining lights, but it feels dark. It feels a little dark right now.
That's interesting. How come? Why do you feel that way?
Well, and that's a great question. I think it's been a lot of things. I think it's there's been this big change with obviously how comics are sold and how comics gets to the masses. I think a lot of local comic shops, obviously we've lost a ton, and it's really died. The local comic shops have been fallen by the wayside. But of course, we've been getting a lot of these online retailers, which is great. But it's also created this weird monster, that being the speculation community. Okay, and when I say dark, that's what I mean by where it's getting dark is in the speculation community.
Oh, I see.
And the speculation community being that place where it's kind of like it feels like most of the people that are part of that community don't read as much as they collect, art and do it to make money, which is fine, right? Which is I'm totally fine with that, right? And it's I hope that never leaves comics. I hope that always stays as a tent pole in the comics tent. It could be a tall tent pole. But it's caused a little bit of interesting stuff over the last couple of years, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. One of the things that's very interesting is Bad Idea has this very interesting way that it came out and it started, and you kind of keyed in on it with you have certain stores that you send your product to. You don't do stuff necessarily through like Diamond or Lunar. What was your thought process on that out of the gate? Was that always something that you wanted to do? You didn't want to have to deal with that. You wanted to do it on your own, keep it small. Like
it was very much a business decision. So one of the things that I really enjoy is going to come from talking to the retailers about why we do certain things. So I love this question. The reason that we decided to limit the stores is at Valiant, we found there was one statistic that in particular informed this. It was that 80% of our sales were happening at 20% of our locations. So we didn't sell to every store. We're independent publisher, Image, Dark Horse, those guys as well. Marvel and DC probably sell to 2 or 3 times as many stores as the independent publishers, even Image. There are stores that are just Marvel. There are stores that are just Marvel and DC. I've never seen a store that's just DC, but I have seen stores that are just Marvel. And then there's a lot of stores that are Marvel, DC, and everybody else, right? So of the stores that we're in, 80% of our sales are happening in 20% of stores. And I looked at that list of 20% stores, and it's all the biggest stores, the ones that are most engaged, the ones that you can tell their names. And I started thinking, I have all these programs I want to do. We were doing this thing at Valiant called what's it called? It was like a preview book. God, I forgot the name of it. There was this preview book, and we would send it every month to the stores, and it would preview 3 or 4 pages from next month's books. They could hand it out, and they could get people excited, and it worked really well. Our sales went up quite a bit when we did it. Then every store wanted it. We were doing it with some stores as a test, and every store wanted it. It increased the sales, but the amount of money we were spending, we were putting like 50,000 copies of this thing. We were losing money. Even with the sales increase, we had to kill the program. I couldn't figure out a way to say, I'm only going to give it to you, but not to you, because I would upset them. And there was a lot of programs like that. And we were finding we were really hamstrung by it. So we decided, what if we only service the 20% of stores that are making 80% of our sales? Can we focus on them? It's very Jerry Maguire. Can we treat them better? Can we do more for them than we ever could otherwise? And can we make up for that 20% of sales that we're missing? That was the impetus behind it. And so here we speak to every single store. We know every single store personally. We can come up with really customized solutions for their custom problems. The wonderful thing about the comic store community is, I think no chain is bigger than 8 stores. They were all mom and pops. They all run their business completely differently. There's no Walmart. There's no HMV. Every one of them has different problems, and we can hyper focus on those. We've started to see other publishers start to do certain things like this. DC has a program coming up where they're going to replicate quite a bit of what we do in that regard. But it's because we're able to hyper focus and really dramatically help them hand sell and get our readers up. That's why we do.
Yeah, it's smart, especially with how kind of the frameworks of some of these distribution companies is kind of falling apart. I mean, you see what happened with Diamond, where Diamond lost so many properties, and you have Lunar popping up. You have the selling platforms is crazy. What are your thoughts on a lot of these new selling platforms that are popping up? I mean, obviously Whatnot being one of them. You got eBay Live coming out. You have people selling on IG and people selling on Twitter and social medias. There's so many different selling platforms right now that aren't a local comic shop.
I think it's wonderful. Comic shops this year, last year, comic shops had the best year they've ever had. The year before that was the second best year. The year before that was the third best year. During the lockdown, they were gangbusters. This year, comic shops are doing very, very, very well. But monthly comic book sales are down. They're down about 40%. That's a big drop. But the stores are fine. They're making up for it selling video games and tabletop, Funkos, and all that stuff. So they're all fine. None of them are worried about this. This is kind of like a hangover post-lockdown is what we all see. And we're already starting to see the numbers start to tick back up. So probably by the end of the year, we'll be in exactly the place we would have been had the lockdown not happened. We'll be great. These other platforms, I think, are wonderful because they get people engaged. Now, if you're a comic book, if you're a hobbyist, you're a comic book fan, whatever you want to call it, you can engage with comic books all the time. You don't have to drive to your store or wait for a convention. There's a convention on your phone anytime you want it. There's shows like this where you can engage with people without having to. You used to have to go to the store at the right time to bump into your buddies and have these kinds of conversations. Now you can watch old episodes of this show. You can tune in every week. I think it's wonderful. I think it's getting people engaged. I don't really subscribe to that point of view that a lot of independent publishers do, a lot of retailers do, where you have readers and you have collectors. I don't know a collector that doesn't know as much as a reader. I mean, you can't be a collector of first appearances unless you know the stories to know where they are. I know tons of friends of mine that they read the first appearance of Wolverine, Hulk 181, because they're a collector, not because they're also a reader, but they're like, you know what? I want to get this book in my collection. Let me go read it first to buy a trade or something like that. I think there's much more of an overlap. And I think the investment component, I don't think there's obviously there's some in every category. I don't think there are really just investors. I think that's a part of collecting whoever you are. I would wager all of you have stuff in your collection that is just for investment, stuff that you love reading, stuff that you just love collecting. That Harbinger, that signed Shooter Harbinger book. You've never opened that? Why do you have that? You've probably read Harbinger. That's part of your collecting thing. It's certainly not part of the investment component. But
no, it's more for just like the antique kind of.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody comes over, hey, you ever seen this? And they're like, what? You know?
Yeah, man,
so like, I'm a hoarder, man. Like,
I think there's something in our makeup that makes us want to collect, whether it's shiny rocks, you know what I mean? Or it's, super highly polished comic books, you know what I mean? There's something in us that have always made us want to collect from our early beginnings as cavemen to, even in, as a young kid, you collect things. I remember being a kid and going crazy. Like I was probably 3 years old. And I remember there was houses being built around my neighborhood. And I would walk around the neighborhood with my parents and I would find little nails on the ground. And I started collecting nails, you know what I mean? And I didn't know what I was doing, you know what I mean? My parents never told me anything about collecting, but I saw these little nails. I didn't even call them nails. I had a name for them. And I would, come on, get my grandfather and let's go collect some nails. Where did this come from? There's something about us where we want to collect cool things. Whatever it is.
I think these mom and pop shops, I wish like DC or Marvel would incentivize these stores. Maybe this is something you could do, Dinesh. Like if they bought $20 worth of a Bad Idea product, you got a Bad Idea comic box. Mm-hmm. To something that they get free with a purchase of. I mean, there's not a lot of that, and
for the store or for the fan?
For the store to give away. If somebody walked in and bought $20 worth of.
Oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea.
Bad Ideas, like your company has a stack of boxes to give away to the customer just for promotion. There's none of that. There used to be a lot of that in the early 90s and the giveaways and things like that, buttons and pins and
the difficulty is we're not, no publisher other than Marvel, even DC really isn't worth the time for the retailer to be thinking about those programs, remembering them, doing the work. Right. So everything we're doing is we have 250 stores. Everything we're doing is to try and get them to make as much money as possible with the least amount of work. The most egregious thing we do is the pin program, and that is quite a bit of work, but it does create lines around the block for them before the store is open. It does help sell. It does get people talking so they like it. But even that is somewhat problematic. I love what you're saying. I'm trying to think of how to make it work. It would have to maybe come pre-packaged, so they don't even have to think about it. You bring it to the register. We send them all every season. We send them a dump, and it's where they put the bad idea books on their counter. And at the end of the slate, we say to them, you can sell this, give it away. We're going to send you another one in a couple months. So we have that kind of thing, but we could do a broader program. That's a cool idea.
Can I get one of those rocks so Louis LaRosa could do a commission on it?
That's a great idea. I'll ask him. You might have to wait 5 or 6 years.
That would be insane. I would love that.
Well, they used to sell pet rocks in comic books, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, that's not that far out of.
One of the things that has taken a lot of heat over the last couple of years, especially is like this social media influencer thing in comic books, right? Yeah. Which obviously it's happening in every collecting field or anything out there. There's influencers, quote unquote influencers, for every little thing out there. So of course it's going to happen in comics, and it's really blown up in these new selling platforms. Obviously, Whatnot being probably the biggest. Once eBay comes out, it's going to happen on eBay, and it's weird because it also, you have this huge influx of new people joining the hobby. So with that happening, obviously you're going to have good and bad. There is great people that do great things in those fields, but there's also people that just are in it for the wrong reasons. And one of the things that we're hearing lately is that the Whatnot Golden Circle is starting to get a little pushback from a lot of online, not necessarily online retailers, but retailers, con retailers out there, because the play has become, instead of like going out and finding books to sell or resell or selling your collection, it's just become going to retailers and saying, hey, what can you give me for free to go sell on my show? All right. And And I think the problem with that is, just the best way to explain it is like, these guys don't know how to hunt for food, right? And they're going and they're saying, hey, what can you give me a deal on your product so I can go sell it and make money off of it? Instead of like either creating a comic, which a lot of those guys are pivoting to, which those are the smart ones, right? So it's very interesting. What do you think about the fact that this kind of weird community has started about making money off of reselling comics in such a big way lately?
There's pros and cons. I think overall it's very positive, but the pendulum does swing, right? We've seen this exact bell curve in other places, right? Influencers are a very annoying part of everyday life now in every industry. And my guess is, I'm hearing this for the first time that they ask for free stuff, but it makes sense. I'm thinking about it. My guess is what happened is they've got their collection, they're hunting. I bet you they do know how to hunt and gather. They just don't, it's just constant, right? The need for content is constant. Nobody could hunt and be able to sell to that velocity. And then they get a little famous, and probably people like Whatnot, I know, give them a ton of books to sell on the platform, to help the platform. That makes sense for Whatnot's business. They maybe get accustomed to that. They start to have value in themselves. We all hear about, I'm a travel influencer, give me a free hotel stay. I'm a food blogger, comp my meal. And businesses are like, no, fuck off. I think that we're probably going through that kind of thing in comics, and maybe the pendulum's swinging too far one way, and they need to get told no a little bit, and it'll come back. My guess is we're going to have this constant back and forth, and there'll be some influencers that are really, really good for the business, for the hobby, and some influencers are not, and they're going to have to figure it out. But overall, I think it's great that we have, this is maybe controversial, I think it's great that we have a bunch of talking heads that are talking about comics, and even if they're not great behind the scenes, on camera they must be doing something right. They're getting people excited. They're clearly fans of the art form of the medium. I think that's great, especially because we've lost our entire press outlet. I mean, there's no journalists in comics. DC, Marvel, I talk to them all the time. They don't know how to market these books. I don't know how to market books outside of rocks and email lists. It used to be when I watched Valiant. I remember when we had previews for like the early books, 50 outlets. Each one's getting, this one's getting a quote, that one's getting a exclusive page, this one's getting an interview. It would be like a month's worth of work. And now it's bleeding cool, and then everyone's just gone. Comics is gone, Multiversity is gone, CBR is just Marvel Cinematic Universe listicles. I mean, I could go down the list. It's all gone.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. I remember when The Dark Knight first came out, and we got the boxes and we were opening them up, and there was a line that circled our shop like twice, and that was without social media or anything. It was little blurbs in Preview magazine or on the comic, like coming soon, Dark Knight, and maybe CNN said something a little bit, but I mean that was about it. And
well, they did
when
a
Watchmen came out the same way.
For Watchmen and Dark Knight, they did a big campaign in the stores. They spent quite a bit of money on that, and that's a great way. I mean, that's how we try to promote. But you're right. It didn't they didn't have it then, so we've got to relearn some of those skills now.
What do you think about said companies starting publishing arms?
I mean, I'm going to get in trouble here. It makes sense, I'm sure, for the business. As a publisher, it's hilarious to watch them flail around.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Do you think that there's any type of I don't know what the word is for it, that people kind of there's a little bit of fuckery that people kind of talk about, where they think that it's not really a good thing to be pushing. I guess would you call it maybe pumping their own books to sell on their site, that type of thing. What are your thoughts on that? Do you see anything?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stuff that really gives me pause. I don't know if it's true or not, so I won't repeat it about those kinds of companies. We've had
it's true.
I didn't say it. We're not working with them. We had a couple of opportunities. They had a couple of opportunities. It didn't work out. I'm not upset about it. I'm sure they're not upset about it. I don't think that we would at the moment until I was able to really clarify whether the things I've heard are true and whether they're going to stop. I wouldn't want to be associated with it. I wouldn't want to enable that. I get that they're a tech company and those businesses run a different way. Fake it till you make it. It's not my style, and I don't think that anyone that works with that idea really wants to be associated with a fake it till you make it kind of approach.
It's amazing, like back in the day before social media and the internet, you could have a problem and nobody would either hear about it, and then if you did have a problem that somebody did hear about, you could I'm gonna fire this person, or we're gonna make this person step down, and enough time would go by. But now everything is in front. It's on social media. It's in your face. Do you have any advice for them on like how to run their public opinion arm? Because I feel like that's what they need. I feel like they need some type of advice there.
I mean, they're a bunch of cowboys, right? The problem they have, in my opinion, is the same problem every tech company has. They raised a ridiculous amount of money. I mean, it is an ungodly amount of money. And when you raise that much money, because it's hard to get the opportunity, I've been in those places. When I left Valiant, I was thrown a lot of big investments. I said no to all of them because I didn't want the problem that I see they have, which is that when you raise that much money, you have to succeed very quickly. You've got a hockey stick immediately, right? You've got to be an Instagram or a TikTok or something that is 1,000% growth month over month, and 1 out of a million is that. So they're probably not the 1 out of a million. I don't know how to run that business. Just probability says that it's not going to work. When you raise that much money, you need to be not even a lotto ticket. I mean, a lotto ticket among lotto tickets. So that's, I think, their big problem. They have to be cowboys. They have to throw everything at the wall. They have to spend that money as quickly as possible to hopefully get to be Instagram or TikTok or whatever. And if they don't, the opportunity of a lifetime is gone.
Yeah.
I don't think they have time to hire someone and listen to them that's going to help their forward-facing PR. I think they're just like, we're going to deal with it and we'll make up for it if the thing works. And if it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I had a meeting with them and they were like, we want to buy like a Lamborghini or something. And we want to blow it up. And that will get a lot of views. And I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? They were like, you're a bad idea. You come up with crazy shit. What do you got? I'm like, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. And then they did the, I don't know if they did that program or not, but I know they did they opened the packs, right?
Yeah.
They did who was
Get a Fragini. So they had their card arm of whatnot is just really taking some heat. Talk about being cowboys,
reasonable,
man.
Yeah.
They are like, they take that to heart over there, being cowboys. there is a lot of fuckery going on. And one of the things that they did is they partnered up with a lot of the breakers, and they said, and there was a famous card that was being searched for by Drake. And everybody else, but Drake was really like, I want to find this card. He was buying, $20,000 boxes, 10, 15 of them at a time, trying to search for this famous card, and whatnot. Came out and said, whoever, if a breaker on our platform pulls it, we'll give you a Lamborghini. And they did. They gave that platform a Lamborghini. But here's the problem.
Dumb and so incredibly. They spent that much money. I didn't even hear about it. Well, and I'm in business with them, not in business, but I'm in the same business as they are, and I didn't hear about it. What a colossal waste of money.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, you guys,
I'm very upset now.
James, private chat is showing on the screen, so just a heads up. You're on mute.
I said that's fine. I was going to let Dennis know I booted him anyways.
Oh, Dennis was here.
Let's set it.
And I thought we had an agreement. We don't talk about the triple logo man on here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to get from it as I was watching my TV. So
yeah, good. James was watching the triple logo man get pulled and had a chance to get it and missed out on that Lamborghini and the triple logo man. Well, not the Lamborghini, the triple logo man.
Oh, that's the name of the card. I don't know what triple logo man is.
Yeah. Well, not only that, Dinesh, they bought a unopened wax box of 1986-87 Fleer basketball, which has the Michael Jordan rookie in it. And you average 3 Jordan rookies per box, right? And it was unopened. That box was a $80,000 to $100,000 box to begin with. And they let breakers open them, and then they gave away those packs, right? Which is a cool idea. The problem is like, because you said that they're cowboys, they didn't vet or look at like I don't think the world of unopened wax properly, and it came out that there was some fuckery going on where they might have opened a resealed box, so they had to go and buy another one just to look good in the public's opinion and redo it, so that it's exactly what you say about the cowboy mentality, but that is what you're right. They have to do that in order. They have to get lucky.
I can't wait. So some channel makes the Whatnot TV show now. They've got all these like famous tech, like the WeWork documentary and the Uber. I want a Whatnot one. This sounds ridiculous.
Yeah. Another one of the new things that's really, really blown up in comics over the last couple of years, that being, apps, right? You have all these different apps all over, all different types of collecting categories, but Key Collector has been such a big, major point of contention, especially in comic book drama. And one of the things that I think about Nick, and I've always said this, that I feel like Nick he has no PR, absolutely none. And one of the things that's popped up again, we've actually, I feel like it's getting ridiculous how many times we have to talk to you about this, but we've asked you about the rumor in the past about you being behind Key Collector. You came out, you told the story about, that's ridiculous and that, but you've recently had some more time to kind of, create a relationship, which happened with the 2 Chainz things. What's your relationship with Nick now and Key Collector?
My relationship, so I can explain my relationship with Nick. Perhaps this is the best explanation, because I think people don't understand why I would have such a close relationship. I love comics. I love this business, this hobby, every part of it, right? I mean, I have a lot of opportunity, frankly, in the film business, which I don't find as fun. It's too much ego and it's nonsense, but it's a big canvas, so I still play in there. And, I did well at Valiant, so I get to make choices about what I do with my day. And I choose, some would say, to be a small-time person and be in this small-time business. I don't look at it that way. I really want to help the business in every way I can. And anytime I meet someone that I think is doing something interesting or that could potentially be helpful for the whole business, I try and do what I can to help. A lot of people in my situation might say, hey, I'll be an advisor. I want certain equity. I don't like doing that because I don't like guaranteeing parts of my time. I want when you do that, you have to agree to a certain number of hours a week or a month or whatever. I value my time more than that. I don't really trust other entrepreneurs. I don't want to take a bet. I take a bet on myself. I don't want to take a bet on them. So with people like Nick, or there's others, there's a digital comics app that I did this with, Zoop at the moment. I just act like an informal cover price. I act like an informal advisor. I'm lucky enough to have dealt with investors and and investor fights and raising money and legal problems and managing. We had 50 employees at Valiant. We had hundreds of freelancers at any given time, dealing with HR, dealing with all sorts of stuff. When they run into problems, they call me. I also deal a lot with marketing and sales and dealing with retailers. And so they often call me about how do I want to solve this problem? What do I think? So Nick will call me to say, hey, this is something I'm dealing with in the app right now. I want to solve it. Can I just brainstorm with you for an hour or so? No problem. Let's do it. And that's my relationship with Nick. Sometimes that pays, frankly, it pays back. He thinks of me then when someone calls him for 2 Chainz. That's a nice benefit that I'm not unaware of. But my relationship with Nick is informal. We do talk business. I gave him suggestions. He's a very bullheaded individual. I think that he doesn't listen to most of what I say, and he doesn't listen to the things I think could make a bigger difference, the material difference in his business. It's frankly very frustrating. Sometimes I get upset and I can't talk to you anymore. You're being an asshole. And I'm like, I'll talk to you later. Because there's things I think he, as big as he is, I think he could be 10 times bigger, 10 times better for the business. I mean, he's creating an incredible app, an incredible business. And I'm sure people feel that way about me and the businesses I run. Fuck them. It's my business. I'm going to run it my way. And I'm going to prove them wrong. And perhaps he'll prove me wrong. But that's my relationship with Nick. That's why I have the relationship I do with him, because I try and find different components of comics. And I just try and offer whatever advice I can if they want it. If they don't want it, no problem.
I think that is one of the most important things that never gets taught to people growing up. It should be taught in high schools. It should be taught as much as possible. If you have kids, this is something that I think you should do. And that's teaching the idea of networking and how important that is. And that also includes something that I absolutely love. And it's something that I do quite often. I'm a big cannabis connoisseur. And, my first cannabis of the day, midday, I like to go take a break from doing whatever production or comic book selling or whatever. I will go outside, I'll get on the phone, I'll touch grass, and I will call and do exactly that. Brainstorm. There's something that is exciting about brainstorming with people. It is absolutely fun. It is one of my favorite parts of my day, and it is that part of networking that is beyond important. And I suggest more people take up that. Figure out a way to carve out a piece of time in your week or your day to that, just calling somebody and brainstorming about something that you respect their opinion, you respect that we're going to say what they're going to say, and you're going to take it to heart, and you also trust that they're not just going to say something. They're going to tell you everything's great when it's not.
Yeah, Nick's very honest with me. I'm very honest with him. He's great because I can brainstorm with him and come up with a cool idea, and then he's frustratingly not going to do it. And I go, well, you know what? Can I have it? I'm going to do it. And we'll find the bad idea version of it. I also like Nick. I think he's a cool guy.
I do too.
I like drinking with him. When I see him in Chicago, we always have a big meal, a bunch of drinks. It's fun.
Yeah, I think that's very important.
I don't think he likes me.
I don't think he doesn't like any. Honestly, I think that's one of the problems he talks to me about. People assume that he doesn't like them. He doesn't care, man. He's such a nerd. He really loves comics. He won't buy any because he's so afraid that people will think that he's gaming, pumping that. So he does not buy comics anymore, but he loves them. And he's just like, he's the only person that's going to make an app where they, by themselves, plug in every book and do it every week and pick what's hot is someone that loves it and also doesn't have much of a life outside. He's just on that app, updating it all. It's one of the things I keep telling you, you got to get a team to help you update it.
I agree.
I mean, but that's how we learned. He got a good idea and ran with it. We had him on our show, 6 or 7 years ago. He kind of didn't know shit. So he's smart enough that he caught on. Put it that way, and I'm not saying he doesn't, but it was like, wait, like, you know what I mean? He's just a person behind the app.
I also wish sometimes that he would do what you're doing right now, and that's jump on some shows every once in a while, so people see he's human and see who he is. And I've told
him he's not about that. I mean, I think he's an introvert. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think this is hard for a lot of people. You're a cannabis guy. I'm a drinker. I love drinking. Which is a social.
Nick was drunk when I talked to him. So.
But drinking is a social, and I like doing it socially, so I'm very comfortable in this kind of situation.
Cheers,
I think it stresses some people out. I've had people that work with me, and they get stressed out with this kind of thing. When I was in C2E this year, I hung out with him. We went out for dinner and drinks that first night. We were meant to see each other at the show the next day. I texted him, and he was like, I'm just doing some work. What are you talking about? C2E just happened in your backyard. You can now work this Sunday. You're going to meet people. Let me introduce you to people. He didn't want to do it. I don't know. Maybe something came up, or maybe he was just like, it's too much. You know, some people, it's just too much.
Or you took him out too late and got him hungover, because I've done that to a lot of people at Comic-Cons.
Yeah, we were out late.
Yeah, I've asked him multiple times to be on our shows, and he's, I mean, respectfully and nice, you know, in a nice way. It's just not, I'm not into it.
Yeah, and I get that. I understand that. Some people don't like, you know, it's as little as they don't like hearing their own voice. They don't like seeing their face on camera, you know, whatever. I get it. But I think that would really help them. Who are some of the people, like, give us a couple of people who, like, you do that with, that are some of the people that you really, really want to hear what they say to you? Like, you know, is there anybody out there that you make sure that you talk to when it comes to comic book, you know, talk?
There really isn't. It's mostly people that, a lot of times the way it works is they reach out to me. They say, hey, I know you from your, you know, your history, or I saw an interview, or what you did at Valiant, or what you're doing at Bad Idea, or a movie or TV show you're involved in, and I really think you'd be helpful to my business. Can we figure some relationship out? And I'll often say no. I'll say no every time. I'll say no. Often say, I can help you a little bit when I can. Sometimes if I like what they're doing, I think it's interesting, I'll say, well, I'll be an informal advisor to you. But it's usually one way. Right now, the person that I'm talking a lot to, the one that comes to mind is a guy named Jordan Plosky. He's at a company called Zoop. They're doing really well, and they're doing crowdfunding thing. And we're doing this Kickstarter. I'm new to this world. I don't really know it. We did that one Kickstarter, but I think this whole week I've been calling them. We've got 1,600 followers, and last time we had 600 backers. We got 600 followers, and our campaign launches tomorrow. I don't know what product mix to put in there. We've got a bunch of limited stuff. What number? I mean, is 50 too few with 1,600 people? It sounds like it might be. So I've been talking to him, and he's been giving me a lot of great advice, because they see so many campaigns. So that's been really helpful. But I find it rare to have it that way. I don't know, maybe because of the way I am, maybe because the kind of business I'm running is always a little experimental. There's not a comp, so there's no one that's been in this path before.
Yeah. One of the things that comes up a lot in drama that you guys are right in the chat. This is the longest drama alert segment yet, and this show was supposed to be a short show, but it's been a great show. So I want to say thank you.
A short show.
Yeah.
Well, I will.
This is a lot of fun.
Man, this is awesome, man.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to go soon, because all my guys, it's 12:30 in New York, and they're still working.
Yeah.
So at some point I should go and help them out.
So I want to end this drama alert segment by talking about one more thing, and that is exclusive variants. One of the things that, and you kind of talked about it earlier with what you're doing with Bad Idea and Megalith and the Kickstarter and stuff. I feel like exclusive variants are becoming a thing that are no longer walking that positive side of the rope or the line, and they're becoming a negative side. What are your thoughts on exclusive variants, and then how do those thoughts? What do those thoughts include with the Bad Idea and exclusive variants?
I mean, two sides to that for me. As a collector, I never really loved them. I don't think a lot. You know, they haven't really blown up ever. Really, there's a couple. Maybe an opportunity for collectors. But as a publisher, I rejected them for a long time. We had many offers when we first launched Valiant. I had one from a store. They wanted to do the first 6 issues of Shadow Man. Would have doubled our print run. I said no, because I didn't like the system. We eventually did do them, and they worked well for us. But eventually, I learned what was happening with them. And what happens from what I see too often, not always. Some stores do a great job. But it's not worth it if 1 or 2 stores are doing this. What they'll do is they'll buy a bunch, they'll price them up very high, they'll sell a handful to people that are never going to read the book, and then the rest of them are in their backyard or in their garage, or they pulp them, right? You don't want that. I don't want to see a couple hundred copies of a book that everyone on my team, the creators, work so hard at, that I think is a legitimately good book. I'd rather sell 50 to readers than 200 to a store that sells 1 to a fan. And I've always tried to build my company so I don't have the pressure from investors of hitting a certain market share or a certain sales number. I've been very open to them about how that works, and I've always been lucky enough that they trusted in me. So I know other publishers have to say, we're 5% this month, we're 4%, we sold 100,000 copies. One of the publishers we talked about here that you guys don't seem to like had a big number that they announced. Bullshit, total bullshit. They gamed that. I could have a Bad Idea book sell no joke, 500,000 copies. The next Bad Idea book, there's just levers you pull, but it's not 500,000 readers. It's not even 100,000 readers. It's not even 50,000 readers, right? If pull those levers, those copies are never going into people's hands.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's I think the biggest problem. A perfect example is recently there's been a picture going around the social medias of said publishing company. There's a guy going through a dollar bin, and there's like 15 of those exclusive variants where they made 30 variants for the this book, and they're in the dollar bin already. And I feel like this exclusive variant thing has really devalued product, and that isn't a huge deal. I get it for a lot of people out there.
It is. The music business did the exact same thing with CDs. I talk to my guys about this all the time. We cannot let comic books become CDs. CDs were a $50 value, then a $40, then a $30, then a $20. I remember when I was growing up, it was about $20 value, and then when I was in college, it was like 2 cents. They're just like everywhere. They were giving these things out. They were doing crazy deals. We can't let that happen.
Yeah, and the not only that causes an issue, it causes an issue with people that maybe bought those things hoping that it would have a little bit of a return investment, and you sell it for $30 1 week, and then 2 weeks later you're blowing them out for $5 a piece. It hurts feelings, and that can be a major issue.
They don't want to come back to comics. That's what happened in the 90s.
Yeah,
and a lot of it to be honest. So I've done very well. Have not sold in a while, but very well on Whatnot. But a lot of the more exclusive retailers, I don't need to name them. We all know all 30 companies, all 50 companies. We can name them all. We get their newsletters. We know as soon as we see a book hit, you're like, holy shit, that cover's amazing. We're only going to get so many exclusives that's going to go. Okay, we get that. But then those companies, enticing people onto Whatnot and saying their books are worth $40 because they originally sold, a virgin and a trade variant for a $40 or $50 set, and telling them that those are $50 books and they got a good deal at $25, when it's just over. Those are just the books that sucked and they couldn't buy. There were a lot of people that were misled on there. There's some good, there's really great dealers on there. Really awesome, like genuine resellers. I'll be honest, I feel like I was one, and I'm not completely done, but I'm not. We've got Drew from Wanted,
Hive Comics,
a lot of people. Shit, even Dennis was one selling real books. There's a lot of people selling real stuff that's just not their leftover stuff that they couldn't sell. So I think in that market, it really turned people off to those store variants, and that and when people realizing books aren't worth what they're being told that they're worth, that are their MSRP is, it's like sad. It's just like it's not. There's a $39.99 set coming out of the gate for 2 covers that are kind of whatever, with no first appearances or anything like that. That doesn't matter. That weren't just like, some of them the art is a home run and will retain value for a long time.
Yeah,
that's true. A lot of them have, but a lot that's not true. But let's say 5%, at max, and probably less now. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be Peach Moko's money out the gate, no matter what. Yeah. It's gonna go insane, and I don't know. She did so many covers. All of a sudden, it. Also, you can only work if you're an artist. You can only work so many hours to make something so beautiful, and if you're experiencing making that kind of money, maybe you'll just be making whatever kind of money you want to make on the covers that you're going to get paid for, and that's it.
Unless you're Luis Arosa and you spent 6 weeks. You see that? Shameless plug. Oh yeah. Oh man.
What time does
it go up for? What time does the Kickstarter
What time are you working
start?
with tomorrow, dude?
Noon EST. It goes live noon EST.
On Star Wars Day. All right.
Yeah.
So
it could have been Drinko de Mayo, I guess. But,
yeah, here you guys go. The link is in the description, and we'll drop it in the live chat for everybody out there. Again, tomorrow the campaign starts. Make sure you guys check it out. I'm serious, you guys. This is probably the most beautiful comic I've seen in a long time. It's going to be up there, I think, at the very end for maybe, in the top 5. I'm hoping that it's that good. I'm definitely going to be trying to pick up one of the hardcover campaigns, and it's just absolutely beautiful. I'm really stoked for this. This is one of the things that I really enjoy about Bad Idea. and I've said it ever since you guys first started, and that is quality. I love the fact that you care about the quality of the comic book. You were talking about, one of the greatest comic books of all time, that being Marvel's, and how beautiful those books were when they came out. The acetate covers, even though that kind of has a little bit of weird connotation now. Let's give it back the good connotation, and that is just beauty.
I've got a question for Dinesh. Who's your favorite artist right now in the game?
I mean, right now, all I'm doing is thinking about Lewis. So
yeah.
Lewis is up there. But right now, if it was someone that I'm not working with, I love Frank Whiteley, man. I think he's just so smart. I'm a storytelling. I love storytelling art. His composition, his acting, his cinematography is out of this world.
Yeah. Why do you suppose comics are struggling for good writing?
I think right now a lot of the industry has become a feeder system for Hollywood, chasing movie and TV. And what I see a lot of is TV pitches in that world as well. So I know the mechanism for you pitching a show. You pitch a broad high concept. You walk through the first episode of the show. You walk through what the first season looks like and a couple sprinkle of ideas for seasons 2 and 3. That's the mechanism for pitching a television show. And I feel like I'm getting a lot of that in comics, and I'm not getting. You have to lean into the medium. You can't be building a story that requires movement of camera, music, movement within the frame. We don't have any of that stuff. You can't be building a story that requires you, the writer, to control pace. We don't control pace as comic books. The reader does. They decide how fast to read a word balloon, when to turn the page. You've got to lean your story into the medium that you're in, and I think a lot of people aren't doing that. They're trying to get their options, their title options.
Yeah, for sure. That's a big point for a lot of people out there. And then there's also those people out there that don't. The contents are the same in every book, and it's just the cover that's different. So,
well, that's what I've said. We should have. They should release books without the inside of the book. I mean, without the guts, because they're not going to read it. They don't give a shit about what's in the book. So just sell them the cover.
I think somebody's done that already.
Yeah.
Huh?
Somebody here's done that already.
Oh, okay.
With the not books, with the invisible books, yeah, that's a phenomenon that we try to parody a little bit. Because you're right, that happens. We don't want to say that out loud, but there's a kind of I think an unspoken understanding what we're making fun of.
Yeah.
Call it the speculators variant.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
No, so Todd McFarlane,
the picture flipper
back in like 88, 89, Todd McFarlane said the only medium where a kid will pick up a dictionary to find out what a word means is the comic book medium. And I thought about it and I said, you know what? He's fucking right. Now, there's kids don't read the way they do. They used to. I mean, that's how I learned how to read, through comic books.
Yeah.
And until we can figure out how to inspire kids to open up a comic book and read, I mean, that's the biggest challenge right now. I mean, you inspire them to pick up Tits and Ass, a book that has tits and ass on the cover, but they won't read what the story's about. They won't,
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm excited to see where this goes, brother, and I can't thank you enough for hanging out. I think I think that's one of the coolest things, man. That you put yourself out there to do stuff like this, and I hope to see you in San Diego this year. And that being said, I will talk to you over the next couple of days. I'll hit you up on the side. But thanks again, man, for coming on. We appreciate it, dude.
Thanks, James. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Brian.
All right, much love, brother. We'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Oh, man, great dude. Love that dude. I think that it's going to be funny checking out the chat. I love how the chat is just I think Dennis typed more tonight than he's ever typed in his life, dude. So
he's only been on for a half hour.
Overboard, bro.
Yeah.
Overboard vulture style.
Hey, Dennis has an opinion. Dennis has his opinion.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
You know what I mean? And Dennis is a long-time respected retailer, so his opinion isn't these fucking crybaby people hiding behind fake ass accounts with their fake fucking videos.
Yeah, Dennis will come out and speak his mind. I'll give him that.
This is a guy
it's the reason
who's been in the industry for a long time, voicing his opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
You're right. You're right, Sean.
It's the reason why people are always like, why don't you just block people like that? I'm not gonna block somebody that has those credentials. We respect them, but I will say this, and I've told Dennis this before. In the past, where'd Richie go? Did Richie's camera mess up? Let me get him out of here.
You went Blair Witch on us, dude.
Yeah, he's hiding in the shadows.
Right. One of the things, and I've told Dennis this before, and I think for the most part, he understands it. But to everybody else out there, if I have somebody on the channel or on the show, understand that I respect these people. For the most part, either they're somebody that I've met in real life and spent considerable time with in real life, or I've spent considerable time with, creating content and being friends with on the side. So if I'm respecting them, have enough respect for me to respect them also. And when it comes to Dinesh, I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to say it once on this show. He is one of the kindest, coolest, big business people in this game. He has never ever showed any disrespect, done anything disrespectful. He's only showed me respect and kindness, and put out his hand in multiple situations to say, hey, come hang out with me. I'm going to be at this con. Are you going to be at this con? Like Sean, my favorite part about going to conventions is the time spent afterwards in the bars. And I spent a lot of time with all these guys in this panel doing that, including Dinesh, and that's very important. There's a saying by a local rapper here that I love, and that's break bread or play dead. And that's either with money or in the truest sense of the word, sitting down, having a meal with somebody and talking is very important. It means a lot. And so I appreciate him. That being said, I tried to make this a not so long show because I wanted Dinesh to be around for the market report, but it's okay. We're going to continue on and do the market report on our own. Yeah. James, how you doing, brother? We haven't had much time to say hello to you, man.
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great.
Hey, we're still live?
We are still live, brother.
Oh, man. I was going to start talking shit about people.
No, we are live. Yeah. Show's not over. Just we got Dinesh for 2.5 hours on here, and we're on live. We do. I mean, this isn't pulling Krim back too far. We all wait for everybody to sign on, bullshit a little, and then get it going.
Yeah,
so
I love you.
I am gonna second what Brian. I'm gonna second what Brian said. Knowing him personally does make a difference.
Yeah.
So, and that's it. And that goes for most of you guys that I do know personally, that I've stuck up for, say the positive things about, or or whatever it is. Breaking bread is a thing. You know what I mean? So when I'm at shows, I do break bread with him, and a lot of other people in there. That includes Dennis as well. So.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to meet Dennis, but I definitely hope that happens soon. That's again one of my favorite parts about going to cons and doing that type of stuff. I really enjoy hanging out and meeting the people in real life. And unfortunately, this year cons weren't as prevalent for me as they were in the past couple. I think I'm one of really the only con that I'm going to be hitting up this year. I think is going to be San Diego. So I hope to anybody that goes to San Diego this year, if you're gonna go, let's plan on hanging out. Let's plan on breaking bread together. So I definitely want to do that. But real quick, before we move on to the next topic, I want to remind everybody to check out the link in my bio and the link below, and I'll drop a link in live. There's been an issue. A lot of people have been having problems clicking this link. If you guys don't know what it is, you guys can check the link in my Instagram bio or my Linktree link in the description below, and you just click this right here. Some people, when they click it on their phones, on their Samsung phones, it gives them an error, and I don't know why that is, So if you get an error, just try doing it on a PC. You can do it every day over the next like 20 days to the 21st, so 18 days. It takes you straight to the spot to vote for the Bogcast. I really appreciate it. It helps us out immensely, and it would be cool to win Best of the Valley for Phoenix Magazine. That'd be really, really cool. I would love to do that. So go check that out. Also, you guys, if you enjoy the Bogcast, tomorrow, May the 4th, you guys, we've got our big 200th episode. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you guys don't know what the Bogcast is, it's me and my best friend in the world. We get to hang out every week, and just it's kind of like if you guys were hanging out with us and we were, talking about what we saw in the last couple of weeks and shooting the shit. We talk about fringe topics like UFOs and cool stuff like that. We also talk about stand-up comedy and comedy in general, and then we just look at funny videos and bullshit about it. So come check it out. It's a lot of fun. Also, we are going to be talking about Star Wars, obviously, for May the 4th tomorrow night. The majority of the episode is going to be Star Wars. We're going to be talking about our journey with Star Wars. Me and Keith really geeked out over Star Wars for 15, 20 years. To the point where, we were going to celebrations, we were, going and getting up early and going looking for figures. I mean, it was a big, big part of our lives collecting Star Wars stuff and going to see Star Wars movies and everything. So we're going to talk about our journey through the Star Wars melodrama, and that being how shitty Kathleen Kennedy is and how she's ruined Star Wars in our opinions, and some of the cool stuff that we've done over the years when it comes to Star Wars. So it'll be a lot of fun. Come hang out and let us know what strain you're smoking, and tag us on IG if you guys see any cool strain names out there. We're always wanting to hear some cool, interesting strain names, some of the funniest ones. So make sure you guys do so. All right. Did you guys see the all this craziness going on with the writers' strike? Did you guys hear about that?
Yep.
So big writers' strike going on right now in Hollywood, and this can be an issue when it comes to some of the TV shows and movies that are being worked on for the MCU, for the DC universe. I know a lot of people are talking about James Gunn right now and what James Gunn's going to do. That's a big issue. What do they call it when you step over the line? You get called like
you're a scab, bro.
Yeah, you're a scab. Yeah. So, that's a.
You know what? I wish the guys writing comics right now would go on strike.
Yeah.
And then scabs come over and write some good comics.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wish that would happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some of the quick news that we did see, I see Chad Cave talking about the Margot Robbie casting news. I don't know if I believe that casting news, including the Thing casting news. I feel like that's some kind of weird rumor troll. If it is true, I think there's a big problem there.
Big time.
Yeah. It really proves that how disconnected, these movie companies have become. From their fan base. So.
Well, they need to sell a movie, but I just think you got to start off with people you don't really know yet, that haven't hit that star level. Because if you're complaining about you're not making money and this and that, maybe you just go with some up and coming talent and write a good fucking script and get Fantastic Four made.
With the exception of RDJ, so basically what the MCU did phase 1 through 3. They locked in these younger, just hit the A-list or on the A-list, but just, and for a long time couldn't get them cheap, lock them in. Chris Evans was one of them. And then all of a sudden they become superstars. They're gone. And now we have a bunch of producers, directors, screenwriters that have a huge disconnect, at least to me, because they don't understand comics.
Yeah.
And you've got directors that don't stick to the source material, like Taika Waititi, for instance. Like he didn't even read Thor. And it's like,
get me started.
Bro, you're taking on the God of Thunder title, and you've never read that run. Like, are you fucking serious? And you're directing that? I mean, that was a huge slap in the face, and that has always been one of my favorite books. I mean, that whole run, issue 1 through 25. Thor: God of Thunder, and Taika Waititi came out with Hemsworth and said, "Yeah, well, we didn't really read Thor," and and I'm just like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like, so until we get back to, like, that's why the Russos did so well. They knew the source material. They read the books. Like, I mean, they were Star Wars fans. They were Marvel fans, and you would see them, bring in Star Wars quotes and just, I mean, it made it fun. But now you've got directors that they're and they're ultra talented, but I'm not going to a movie going, wow, look at this cinematography. It's fucking phenomenal. I'm not calling Sean, hey Sean, did you go see that movie yet? Man, have you ever seen a sky so fucking blue, bro? You know what I mean? It was so fucking
turn my
awesome.
camera back on when I miss.
No,
dude,
I was
Juan,
like,
what a key grip.
No, like the Eternals.
That's Diego.
Like the Eternals fucking sucked, and people are like, "No, bro, like it was really good." It's like, dude, the movie is either good or bad. There's not parts and this and that. I like that one scene. Like, it's either good or bad.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of sitting through shit. So hopefully Guardians tomorrow's great, and
yeah,
I can get back onto my merry way, man.
You got tickets? You got tickets?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. That's my boy.
Absolutely. They better not kill fucking Rocket, bro.
Yeah.
There will be a crack in the earth.
I've seen your Instagram lately has been full of some cool Rocket covers. If you guys aren't following Hood's Instagram, make sure you are. It's really cool right now. So
I love that little fucker, bro.
Real quick, I want to show everybody. I want to tell everybody about something. So we've been talking about the Discord for a while, you guys. The Discord link is below. The invite link is below in the description. I'm kind of I made some thoughts, some little bit of changes. So instead of we're gonna have, if you guys go on the Discord, there is a section called Live Show Call-In. There is shout it out.
Money.
Yeah. Chad Cave says, on your left. Thanks for the 20, brother. There's just instructions if you go to the live call-in section, and if you guys don't see it and you just hit the little arrow and it'll pop up, you can see the instructions on how to set up, if you're on a PC or if you're on your mobile, if you're on your phone. That way you guys can figure out how to call in. And then there's a call-in live section, and that's how we're going to – I really want you guys to start calling in, and I want to hear from you guys. So – if this is something that you guys can figure out how to use it, and we'll get you on the show. And every show that I do, we'll have the call-in stuff available. So that's where it is. Call-in, live show call-in. You can check the instructions, or you can just jump into the live show and set it up. You can set up your camera. You can set up your mic, all that stuff. We're also going to start having after-show hangouts. So there's going to be a similar thing. There's going to be an after-show chat and an after-show lounge that you can, just like the call-in live section, that we're going to start hanging out. And people who are members of the channel will be able to get into that section. I think it's the second level memberships, I think. Check that out. And then we also have areas for each show. So there's a Modern Comic Mayhem show for the Saturday night show where you guys can give me topics live. The first little section is for when the show's going on. If you guys, don't want to call in but want to, throw up a link or throw up an image, you can do that, and people can be chatting while that show is going on. There's also a comic drama alert section where people can drop any ideas or links to anything they see going on in the community that they think should be talked about on Comic Drama Alert. There's also a community topic chat section. There is spec sections, and then there's a voice chat for that, for people that want to just go in a voice chat and talk to each other. There's also the Wednesday night show. It has the same thing. It has a live show topic thread and a voice. There's also the Bogcast. There's a section for what strain are you smoking and some cool cannabis memes and stuff. There's also UFO report. If you guys want to have us check out anything in the UFO world, or you see something cool, drop it in the UFO report section. But also, you guys, more importantly, there is our niche comic collecting categories where you guys can go drop some cool covers or books that are part of these things. I got skull covers section, I got a bondage section, I got an innuendo covers section, an alien section, horror covers, full moon covers, as in the moon, the orbiting body of the earth, not your ass. Bubblegum covers, shout out to Mr. Longshort. Marvel 25th anniversary fame covers and homage covers, all kinds of fun stuff. So go check it out. We added the Adam Hughes checklist section because Overprint Refugee mentioned that a lot of books that were on the AH Adam Hughes checklist that we talked about on Saturday night aren't on there. So we've added an area to put those on there. There's also, of course, a Creators First section. You can find the Creators First list. If you want to add to the Creators First list, you can find a link to that in there. So make sure you guys check that out. All kinds of other fun stuff. And we're going to be doing some card stuff, some market report stuff. So make sure you guys go check out the Discord. It's going to try and really utilize that to do a lot of cool stuff. So like I said, go check it out. All right. You guys want to get into market report?
Sure.
All right.
I might have to dip, guys. I got to drive my wife to the airport in the morning, and I am exhausted.
Well, much love, brother, and thank you. What do you got? You got anything cool coming up?
Good to see you, James.
It's kind of cool news. Some people know. Bueller hit us up a little while back and told us that we're screwing up because we're not doing our mystery boxes anymore. He loved those things. So we had some good conversations with him and put together. Took some of his thoughts, put together some boxes. So we dropped those. I think we're planning on dropping them Friday.
I saw that.
I'll be on the show on Saturday. I'll talk about them if we end up dropping them. I'll talk about them some more. But
what's the ticket on them, James? How much?
Well, we're gonna do. So we'll have some raw ones that are $50. It's five books, $50, and then we're gonna be dropping the. We've got such a crazy amount of like 9/8 slabs just chilling, like not just our stuff, but like New Agents of Atlas 9/8s and like all sorts of Marvel stuff and DC stuff, stuff we picked up at conventions. So instead of like trying to sell them onesies, twosies on the website, we're going to toss them in the boxes. So for $100, you get a 9/8 slab and five exclusives.
Wow, that's a great deal. I'm definitely into that.
Will be like our exclusives, some Bird City exclusives, some convention exclusives, like not just Hive stuff, but we're gonna bulk the boxes. They should be pretty cool. So
yeah, and you guys did pick up on a lot of cool stuff at Vegas Con that I saw, and I imagine some of those are available on your website right now too.
Yep. Yeah, Jonathan got a ton of really good signatures, a bunch of triple signs, Tinian stuff, and things like that. So he busted through some crazy lines and got a bunch of really good stuff. So
good.
A bunch of pre-sale on slabs, and then a couple of raw.
Very, very cool. Make sure you guys go check it out, hive-comics.com. You can find their link in the description below. Much love, brother.
Yep. I'll see you guys
later, James.
See ya.
All right, let's get into this. Let's get into the market report for May 3rd, 2023. Let me see if I can edit this. I might be able to edit this. Let's see here. I might be able to go. Let's go like that and like that. There we go. That's what I want to do. All right. Save. All right. Let's go to custom layout 6. All right, now we're gonna start this. Oh, Richie walked off. There we go. That's the way that works. Hold on, let me fix that. Hold on, I apologize, you guys. Let's call.
God
that.
damn it! No, just fine.
Let's get rid of that. Let's go dynamic.
I don't remember last time we started a market report at 10 p.m.
I know, you guys. This was supposed to be a short show.
Nah, it went perfect. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
We were only gonna go short to for accommodation level, but it worked out.
Yeah.
IMO.
My
power's your power back.
My power's flicking on and off
Oh.
the entire house.
Sounds like my dates.
Oh wow.
All right, there we go. I think this will. Wait, how does that look? Does that look okay? Let me.
Powerful Jedi was she. Powerful Jedi.
You laugh about. I do have. Well, we'll get into it here in a second. All right, starting off. Let me do this here. How do I want to do this? Let's go like that. Yeah, like that. Okay. So, starting off with some interesting stuff. A Walking Dead #1. Hold on here. We got a problem. We got a little bit of a problem here. I don't know why we're seeing you guys are seeing a blue background. You should not be seeing a blue background. Go here.
They'll live.
They'll live. They will.
It looks all right.
Not they live. They'll live. No.
Sorry, I'm pretty ripped right now.
There we go. All right. Where were we at? OTR. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's try this now. Starting off with an interesting Walking Dead sale. Nice sale. A Walking Dead 9.8 sold for $2,700. That's nice. I like it to see it getting back to that 3,000. Right? No, it's up. It was.
It is up.
Yeah, it's. I mean, okay. It's down from where the height was, obviously, but it's been hanging at about 2,000, 2,200 over the past couple months, I would say, if I remember correctly. Like I said, I'm terrible when it comes to this price thing,
right?
Because of the cannabis, obviously. I blame the cannabis. But yeah, so very interesting stuff. I love to see it. That to me, that's, we called that book Our Generation's Amazing Fantasy 15, and I still think it's that important. I think it really helped that second speculator boom. It helped that second comics boom that happened. When that show went live, that book brought so many people into comics and the comics world and all that stuff. So very, very cool book. That Friday the 13th. What do you think about that, man? I feel like that's a lot of work for $2,000. 12 signatures.
It could have been with the LA Horror Show or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an old label, so.
Did you check out the label, Bryan, to see who? I mean, is it all the actors or?
Can't fucking name them.
Yeah, dude. There's 12 actors that have. So I mean, that's a cool thing. I guess you find like a property that has like, multiple movies, and you can just have all kinds of any actor that's been in any movie sign it. Like Star Wars, they do that a lot on Star Wars. I'm going to be talking about. I have a poster from the 30th anniversary celebration that I have signed by tons of Star Wars actors, and I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. But man, for a comic book to sell it, I feel like that's a lot of work. And there's somebody out there right now that is got a ton of signed actors, A-list actor comic books that they're just dropping every week. I mean, tons of them. But man, 12 signatures, COA of all the signings and pics of all the signings, and for $2,000, like I feel like they spent way more than that for that book. But who knows? Who knows?
But like honestly, all those actors are the exact kind of actors that show up at Comic-Cons.
Yes. Yeah. No, you're right.
The first broad that ever got killed in Friday the 13th. Otherwise, stay-at-home welfare mom since 1979.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Easy
sure.
sig. Easy sig. If you get her out of rehab.
And then this was interesting. Star Trek New Visions.
Nerds!
Nerds?
Nerds. Nerds!
What is a nerd?
I told you I would do it. But
Bryan loves Trekkies.
I love fucking with Trekkies.
Denny Crane.
Yeah.
Anybody watch Boston Legal? That's all
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Denny Crane.
I love William Shatner. I think he's a great dude. I think he totally flipped the script when he went up into space with Bezos, and he started talking about this infinite black death, black. And everybody's like, dude, quit talking about that. We want people to want to go into space. So anyways, $400 for that, for a signed William Shatner 9.8 photo variant Star Trek book. I think that's pretty interesting. I'd love to know what all the nerds out there think about that. Next, we've got 4 really high-grade raw sales. This is kind of interesting. This all happened within the past couple of days. You've got a Detective 411, which is a great book, really underrated book, Talia al Ghul book, and it sold for $662 on 45 bids. That black is just crazy for a book from 1971. Usually these books are like just the color is not there, yet alone damage and all that type of stuff, but there you go. There's that, and then
that's I mean, that's what you look for, dude. I think a 9.0 on that for 9.0s were like over $1,000. I gotta assume they still are. So I mean, that's a good. There's no fucking way it's a 9.6 without seeing pictures. I'm just betting on it that it's not. But still, you don't need a 9.6. So,
yeah. Anyway. No. Cool book though. 1970, a year earlier, you got Detective 400. Really, really nice high grade book. This is all Neil Adams time period, right? So, Denny O'Neil, Neil Adams, great time period to collect Batman and Green Lantern books. $1,320 on 37 bids. I don't know what that runs in a high grade 9.6 or 9.8. I'd be interested. Chat, let us know, or if you guys know, have any idea. Raw books sell, and this goes back to what we were talking about the other day about. I think that the move right now is just to really key in on high grade vintage stuff, right? Instead of buying
if people out there are going to buy raw books and they look good, make sure it's from a trusted seller. Otherwise, you're going to have some fucking color touch on these books, and if you're going to spend $600, $1,300, $2,000. I mean, you got to be sure that they're not restored and fucked with, So, yeah, they do sell and they do carry a premium. These are key books, but make sure you're buying it from somebody that is a reputable seller.
What's it like pressing this era of books?
It's pretty easy.
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
Paper.
So cleaning was
paper.
The bitch.
Oh yeah.
You guys, I have 3 of my most trusted pressers with me right now. I feel like a kid in a candy store talking about pressing.
Yeah, it's just not. Cleaning always sucks. Right? You got to separate. You get an order. Here's what I got to clean. Here's what I don't.
Yep. Exactly.
You wake up, get an order. Everything's Marvel in the last 10 years.
Success.
Yay. Yeah, you should get a discount. Don't tell anybody that.
How important is it to count pages on these vintage books?
You better, because CGC allegedly counts them.
They count pages?
Yeah, to make sure the it's not missing. Because You don't know if they fuck with staples, taking out the pages of the book, and then they forgot to put in one of the centerfolds, or who knows. You don't know. I mean, these books are so old, man. You don't know where they've been. They could have been at somebody that got murdered's house, and then that book got passed along. I mean, these books have stories of their own, man.
Right.
Where they've been. You know,
It's
you don't
like-
know who could have. Charles Manson could have owned these books.
It's like Daredevil 5. It's not a key, but in the sense of like a key first or second appearance origin, but that pinup in the back, right, by the splash page, that's what a lot of big collectors want to know if it's there or not.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting.
And you might miss an autograph.
Yeah. Check this out. Dennis says, my Hank Aaron rookie card came back trimmed. It was in a dealer's inventory for 30 years, you guys.
Dude, Scotty B Cards was just talking about this.
Yeah.
What happened?
Talking about, I don't know what happened with Dennis's, but Scotty B Cards just had a video. It's about 15 minutes. It came out yesterday, I think, maybe the day before, and it was about how many Hank Aaron rookie cards are trimmed.
Wow.
And then he went ahead and he put comparisons of a trimmed, PSA caught it, trimmed, like, very high grade versus a not like original 1.0. It's like the same price, $1,900, like crazy.
Well,
people even do that.
It's very interesting after that trimming video, and Sports Card Radio hit it on the head.
Right.
If you're buying vintage cards, you need to already assume you're buying a trimmed card, including graded cards, because of how prevalent trimming is on vintage cards.
Are you talking about that video on TikTok from that former football player,
Evan Mathis?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what, gotcha.
Yeah, very interesting. Amazing Spider-Man 129. That's one of those books where color is essential, I imagine. You have the red, you have the yellow. $2,000 for a high-grade white pages raw copy.
That's my dream book.
Is it?
So,
I never had it.
Like, and that's another thing. They say it's white pages. You send it in for grading, it comes back off white. I mean, those things happen when you buy raw books. So hopefully there's a lot of pictures and on eBay. I mean, you're assuming. Get an old owl card where it has the page quality, so that you can tell right away if it's a candidate. I posed this question to Bryan. Like, you got books that are 9/8, like of Amazing Spider-Man 129 or 121 with off-white pages. Like, that's not a 9/8, in my opinion. Page quality is important too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Dude, you can but you don't need white pages for 9/8.
Yeah, I know, Sean, but I mean, man, to me, if I'm getting a 9/8, I want the whole fucking thing, dude.
Well,
like, personally, like, I'm not saying that that's the way it should be, huh?
If you're gonna spend the money on that book, I'd want white page. You know what I mean? You do what you can. I've sold several books with white pages for more, like a Silver Surfer, for something like that. And it's a travesty that Spider-Man 300 gets white pages at all. So,
do you guys think they have a sliding scale of? Well, sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
you.
that's okay.
Do you think
it's called a blowjob for breakfast scale?
A sliding scale per papers, or stock, whatever the year is. I've always thought that, because Chris Colbert. Remember, he dropped that picture in the Flipside chat, and half of the cover was gone from that 1.0 or no grade or whatever it was, and they gave it white pages, and it was like brown.
So,
was that for the book that he had and they fucked up on him?
I'm not sure. I just remember he's like, how's that a white page?
Yeah,
it was pretty funny.
Here's an owl card, right? This is from OG Overstreet grading book, right? And this owl card, you see the different page quality right there?
Yep.
That's all you have to do is match it up. And this is all the way through from golden, silver. I mean, if it's brown, it's fucking brown. I don't care if it's 1925 or 1955. If it's fucking caca brown, it's caca brown.
Flush it down.
Do you remember Bryan? You might Redhood. I don't. Okay, so you Scott Robertson that did the comic collateral and stuff with Jose and Coy and such. Anyway,
I just recently saw them on Instagram.
Yeah, but he did. So Scott's like a computer like programming genius and shit. So he kept trying to break down to like scientifically figure out like the amount of defects from CGC, shit like that. Like this, he wanted to make sure that and I'm like, dude, you're giving them too much credit. Like fucking the wrong. Dude, that just doesn't like it. Does it matter? Yes. Is he doing a good job? Yes. Does he give you a better idea by doing what he considers a like scientific study? Yes. Are there examples of bullshit on all sides of the spectrum? Yeah. But he did one of those grading cards, kind of like the Peter Griffin one. Like he did one of the like the scales of like the different like colors of like, you know what I mean, like what you're gonna be looking at and stuff like that. And he tried his hardest and stuff, so it was cool. It was a good little guide that he made. I just wonder if you guys remember that or not. I'm sure he still has them. You know, he gave it a whirl. But
Amazing Spider-Man 28, obviously you look at that cover and you know that's going to be a tough book. And there's a high grade copy. First appearance of Molten Man went for 1,025 on 28 bids. Man.
And man, you hardly see, and you don't know, like if that book was a 6.0 and they cracked it open, cut it, and want to sell it raw, and they're selling it as an 8.0. You know, that's what I'd be afraid of nowadays, right? If we were talking back in the early 2000s, well, yeah, because I mean, grading was new, but man, like to see some of these sharp copies, you don't know if these books had a purple label and they cracked them open and they're trying to sell them fucking raw, bro. I mean, that's a lot of money to throw down for a raw book.
I would love to. I don't know if you did or not, Brian. I don't know if we need to do it or anything like that, but I definitely would. Considering, I mean, I can see that all with $21 shipping on every book. I can see that it's obviously the same seller.
Yeah.
In an auction, so I would love to. I'd like to look through the whole goddamn thing and figure that out. You know what I mean? Educated people can do what you said, but all of us, you know.
That's a very interesting point that you guys bring up, because I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and because doing these market reports and then also talking to people, the thing is that you see, like, I'll hear people, I'll be talking to friends and stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh, I sent in a book to CGC, and I swear it was a 9.8, and it came back an 8.0, man," and I'm like, they'll say it's. You know, I should have just sold it raw, you know? So it goes to say, you see books in CGCs that are 8.0 or 7.5 and they sell for nothing, and then people could just go buy those, sell for nothing, crack them out, they look good, you sell them raw for 3 times the amount, because people will pay extra for high-grade raw books, and they don't spend the time to look at them. And I bet you that is a thing. That is definitely a thing. I imagine it happens all the time.
It is a thing.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then the people that do that, you send in that Amazing Spider-Man number 28, which is notoriously one that has color touch on it because of the predominantly black cover. You send it in, it's got a purple fucking label, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. All right, next we've got some interesting books. A Giant Size X-Men number 1 3.0 still sells for a grip of cash. I don't know if that's up or down, but
That's down.
Okay. Well, I mean, everything's down, ridiculously down from
Well,
highs,
during
but
the teeth of COVID, during COVID, like a 3.0 went for $3,000, 4.0 went for $4,000.
Wow.
I mean, it kind of
it was $1,000 a point.
Mm-hmm.
It's about, and people are saying that things are down about 50 to 70% on collectibles, which is a lot.
Wow, yeah.
So
well, I look at some of the bullshit people are buying. I'm trying to figure out, like, how is it down when I'm seeing like rags sell for like I mean, people that collect, they're still going to collect, man. So as long as they have a job, you know.
Yeah. Yep. Well, here's a great book, right? Like this is if you're out there and you're looking for books to buy right now, these are the type of books that I love. You got a CGC 98 Signature Series McNiven, Wolverine 66, the Turner cover, right? I wish it wasn't signed, but it's the Turner 1 in 100 sketch for Old Man Logan. Such a classic variant, one of the greatest variants ever created, and a 9.8 for $816. Like, if it wasn't signed, would have been 600? You know,
man, if Turner signed it, that book would probably be 2,000.
Oh,
well, maybe not. Maybe closer to 1,200.
These are the type of books that we, in a down period, we need to be looking for like these type of.
Oh yeah, ghosts.
Yeah,
ghosts and hard to find variants. Yeah,
I don't think that. Honestly, though, I don't think Turner's SS books get the amount of respect that some of us believe he should have.
Yeah,
I'm saying that goes by sales, not by our opinion. Clearly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's getting more and more love, so we'll keep an eye on that. How about a 0.5 Incredible Hulk #1 for $4,500? That's an underrated book.
Collection filler.
Yeah,
$5,000.
Somebody had to have it.
Where's the presentation?
Yeah, dude. Like maybe they've got a Hulk Hulk 1 detached cover. And they're just with missing pages and shit, and then they just put it together right there.
What if that thing is gorgeous underneath? Like it is just beautiful, other than the cover.
What does it say? White pages.
Dinesh was talking about this earlier, and I was really hoping he'd be around when he brought this up. The Conan the Barbarian 23, a 9.6. Sold for $1,000 on 35 bids. First Red Sonja. Look at the color on that book. I love that book. I love those early Conan books. They're so hard to find in high grade, and there you go. A 9.6 of that, $1,000. Right for with everything being down and this and that, man, $1,000 on that book. I feel like that is.
Yeah.
Anyway. And don't they list it as a cameo, and that's bullshit? Because she's in like multiple panels.
Yeah, but she's on the cover of the next one. That's what's so important, right?
Well, I get that, but
that's the reason why they do it. In my
sell
opinion.
it.
No, it's because they started. They listed as first. Never mind.
What's second highest? Is he mean second highest grade at CGC?
Yeah, it's the second.
Well,
right
that's
under,
a lie because it's actually
it's
the fourth
right under.
highest.
It's right underneath the 9.8.
There's no 9.9s. There's no 9.9s.
Oh,
technically, you're right.
Yeah,
not seconds in the dude.
How many 9.8s are there of that book?
More than one.
Yes, 100. I'm trying to figure out why would he put second highest?
Yeah.
Why?
No, because it is
trying to trick the
technically
kid.
the second highest grade.
No, I know, but if you're gonna waste that space in the listing, don't you want to try to catch the search engine, right?
He's trying to get 35 bids for $1,000. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's looking for a newbie, I guess, right?
Maybe I don't know.
Second,
a lot of people know, like when. Yeah, but the thing is, like I automatically recognize it. Like you guys too. You're gonna be like, there's definitely at least a 9.8 in that book. That's not that difficult to book. You know what I mean? I think we've all had very fine near mint copies of that. We dug in the wild before, and I'm
sitting on a couple right
we
now.
We weren't buying comics in the 70s. So
that guy from Selling Superman's got a whole rack full of those Conans, man. He's got like a stack full of them, bro.
Yeah. All right. Next, we've got. This is interesting. I love this. They're all sold within the last couple days. You got a Fantastic Four number 49, the Mexican edition, an 8.0 sold for $500. And then you have a 7.0 regular for $19.25 and a raw for $6.90. Now, we were talking about Fantastic Four rumors earlier and how you got the Sue Storm one. You've got with Margot Robbie. You've got the
Galactus.
Thing one with the Chick. You've got the Adam Driver as Mr. Fantastic. And then another one that they've been talking about lately is Antonio Banderas for Galactus.
Galactus, yeah, that's a good one.
That's interesting. Like, is it
Mm-hmm.
just gonna really?
What's he done lately?
Yeah, like he can't really.
It could be a lot for all I know.
No, he just did a movie. I just watched it. I think it was released in 2021, maybe 2022. It's actually pretty good. It's on Hulu. I don't know the name, but he's like this kind of like mercenary hitman guy for this local mafia boss, and he meets a girl that looks like his daughter that's on the street, and he doesn't want her to get tied up. She gets kidnapped, and he goes ape shit to get her back. It's pretty good.
So here's the interesting thing about that, though. You know, Galactus is mainly going to be voice acted. Banderas can barely speak English still.
Oh, good point.
Like, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. People love that about Antonio Banderas.
That's
you know?
true.
But he's going to have a major accent on that.
And also, Richie, I'm glad you saw Desperado 2, but if number 3 comes out, let's go see it together.
Okay.
You know what they ought to do is make Vin Diesel voice Galactus, because I mean he's been robbing Marvel just saying I am Groot, man.
Well, I would think Galactus
give him some fucking words
would
man.
have a voice like Vin Diesel, right? Like, and when I read Galactus, I think,
hell yeah.
So I don't know. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Oh yeah, Up to Down 7 has a great point that he was just in Puss in Boots, and he is a voice actor for that. So that's a great point. That is a great point. You know, maybe.
And you know what's
Galactus is going to sound like a pussy.
You know what's actually interesting? You know that second print Lifebringer variant from 2018?
Yeah.
That book has always been like between $15 and $25. It's now like $50-$60 now.
Yeah. I saw Mercenauts IG posted that Infinity second print with the gold Galactus head on it. That book's I guess moving.
Lifebringer.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
All right. Interesting stuff. Shout out to all the foreign collectors. I love seeing that Mexican what is that? Novedades? An 8.0. I bet you that's a tough book for that to have that. Actually, we got Josh in the chat. Josh, how tough is an 8.0 Fantastic 449 Mexican edition? That's got to be a tough in that high grade.
I wonder what year it is what I question.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's a
too.
good question.
Yeah. Hopefully it's around the same time, but who knows? All right, we've got some magazines. Let's talk magazines, you guys. I was gonna bring this up in Drama Alert, but we wanted to end it, so I didn't really bring it up. But you know, CBCS getting into the magazine grading game. CGC got into it. A lot of talk right now over magazine grading. And we got some magazine grades right here, some magazines, books. I don't think the Adventures of the Big Boys are magazine size, but they are bigger, right? I mean, I see those all the time, the little freebies they gave away, but this is the first one. And I know most of us remember Bob's Big Boy back in the day.
Hell yeah.
Course,
Breakfast
dude.
buffet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they had one in Barstow. They had one in Stockton.
So, $408 on that raw. I think that's just a cool piece of nostalgia. But I think that they were bigger size, right? They were like special big handouts.
Mexico still doesn't bag and board books.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's kind of crazy.
Josh's comment.
Yeah. The Empire Strikes Back, Star Wars Super Special 16, the real first appearance of Boba Fett in comics. That's a tough book. There's two types. There's like, there's two types. There's like, they have different binding, if I remember correctly, on the two different types.
Well, there's Treasury Edition.
That's what it is.
There's one before that.
Yeah, and then you've got this magazine adaptation.
They came out at the same time, right?
I believe so. Packhurst made the Treasury, or I think that's the company's name. I think this Empire Strikes Back went pretty cheap, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, for a 9.6 magazine.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Oh yeah.
that's a tough book, man.
I agree. If I would have saw that, I would put a bid on that.
I mean, I've got a 8.5 and a 9.0 of that. I mean, it's just a tough book.
Yeah.
People read it, you know? I mean, it wasn't like a regular comic book. It was magazine size, and people, this probably won't be worth anything, but I'm going to fucking read it, you know?
Up the Down 7 says that super special is so fucking down. It was like $2,000 and a 9.8 before the Boba Fett show.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like that's a baseball card, and Boba Fett was the player, and he struck out a whole shitload of times. They had a bad year, bro.
Greg Jeffries.
Like, the only way that book goes up, they got to redo the Boba Fett show and have him kill a whole shitload of people, you know, and talk shit, you know. But, like, we didn't get any of that. Like,
you know
they
what
made
they
sure
need to
Boba
do?
Fett didn't, like, shoot anybody, dude.
Here's how they bring back Boba Fett, you guys. They do either an animation or really badass, like, specially filmed version of that bounty hunter show they were supposed to make in the like early 2000s on TV. I forget what it was called, but it was like called Coruscant something, and it was about the different, the different levels in Coruscant, and it was a bounty. Like, they need to do that and make Boba Fett badass in that.
Yeah,
like,
kind of like the Underworld.
Yeah, the
like have a
Underworld.
prequel.
Exactly.
When him and all those guys got together,
Yeah,
you know,
before he became a pussy.
Yeah. Before he wanted to be a sand person.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Vampirella #1, one of the greatest Frazetta covers ever. A book that it's one of my grails, one of my new grails that I'm since I got my grail a couple months ago. I'm putting this up there as one of the grails. Nice timing, Chad Cave. Chad Cave says, be cool like me or just be cool like yourself and donate if you like content and are able. Trust me, these guys need all the help they can get. You're 100% right, brother. I want to say thank you, man. Chad, I really appreciate you. You got some goodies heading out your way in the mail. You guys, anybody that does donate to us, it really all goes back into the show for the most part. You know, that's what all the money goes to. We don't make a ton off the show. Like I said, my last probably 20 shows that I've done were not monetized, and but I'm trying to fix that. So nice. Chad came with another 5 that says wife's gonna be pissed. We'll send something nice for your wife too. Here's the other thing. What was I just about to say? Damn it. So for those of you guys who like watching the live shows, like you're only going to be able to see the music during the live shows. So if you're catching this on the replay, I do have a music. I try to play like 3 songs before every show from a playlist that we curate for Spotify. You guys can find the link to the playlist below. A lot of cool stuff on there, so check that out. All right, the Vampirella #1, a 7.0 in a CGC case, looks gorgeous. $1,300 on 21 bids. I want that book so bad, man.
Hey, is that true? Do you see flight in code names?
Well,
Said
that's
writers.
Yeah, that's what they're worried about. You know, that's one of the things I imagine that they're striking for.
What if they can write better and quicker?
Amen. It's gonna be a big problem. Did you guys hear the? Anyways, sorry. 2000. No problem. No worries, brother. 2000 AD #2. First Judge Dredd includes the stickers. A 6.0. If you guys.
You gotta stay up this late so Chad get drunk and supports the show forever.
I know. Dude. I love Chad. He's the best, man. He said anything sent to my wife better not be made out of rubber. Okay, sounds good, brother. 2000 AD, First Judge Dredd. The 2080s paper, you know, for the first 20 years is like the worst fucking newspaper ever. It's just trashed. So tough book, and Judge Dredd is such an iconic character. I love these type of things. But here's what you're seeing. So you're seeing all the CGC cases. CBCS. We got CBCS cases coming out, right? Very interesting shit.
CBCS's comic, magazine cases or anything like their comic cases, bro. I mean, I'm with Sean, man. I'm gonna get some magazines. I'm gonna send for $25, bro. Fuck that.
$25 in 30 days, dude. First good thing they've done in a long time. Might
Hell
as well.
yeah, man.
Hey, leave them on eBay for 11 months and see how they do.
Well, I want to show you.
Is there any pictures?
I want to show you guys something.
I mean,
This was going to be on the Drama Alert segment, but I wanted to, give Dinesh a proper send-off. So this is from our boy Nick GQ. This was a very interesting little thing that he put out here that I want to show you guys. He does a little review. He's got a CBCS, a brand new CBCS graded magazine. And a brand new CGC graded magazine. And, this really surprised me, and it's definitely going to be something that I talked to Matt Nelson, that we talk to Matt Nelson when we get Matt Nelson on here, is about the quality of these, because this is not good. So, but I'll play it for you. Here you go.
I was getting some phone calls, some DMs, some messages. They're like, yo, Nick, we're hearing a lot about the new CBCS magazine holders.
Can you guys hear it?
Okay. No.
No? Okay, hold on.
God damn it! No, I'm just playing.
Do you have a CGC? I was like, yeah, of course. I just got my Playboy, my #1 Playboy slabbed up. They were like, yo, Nick, you're the realest one in the room. Can you do a comparison? I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to be blunt as fuck. Here's both of them. These are the both brand new, both of the brand new products. CGC, CBCS. Now I'm going to put it down on the table and properly show you guys everything, but I just want to show you this first. This is how CGC sends their slab with a piece of shit bag, right? Look at this shit.
When he first started talking about this, I was like, that's kind of a little bit like to hit them on that. Shout out to Chad Cave again for $10.
Sounds like he's in a cave. It's like an echo.
He says, I stand corrected. Send her whatever you want. I'm pretty much useless. Have a great evening, fellas, and thanks for all the content. Appreciate you, brother.
Love you,
Much
Chad.
love.
Man. You're awesome, bro.
Thank you, Chad.
So, to kind of hit them on their bags, I was kind of like, it's kind of weird. But you know what? This is a great point, and we'll talk about this more in a second.
Piece of shit. And this is how the CBCS sends theirs in a beautiful, non-crinkly, beautiful bag, right?
Same price, I bet, too.
Now,
exactly.
Like for the
right
company.
there's significance, right? CGC, CBCS.
And I don't know if it's significance, but he does have a great point on that. The bags that CGC sends you, they're just these cheap, shitty, not even clear bags. CBCS are these beautiful Mylars that you don't get any crinkles in it.
I don't think they're Mylars, but
no, they're like kind of Mylighty.
Yeah.
Kind of Mylight.
Yeah.
Yes. Now I'm going to put them down on the table, right? I'm going to put them down on the table. I'm going to flip
Take
my
them out
camera.
of the bag, bro.
You guys know I don't play. You're not getting some corporate shit. So, here you go. This is the brand new CGC.
Hi, Nathan, with another $5 super chat. He says, Bino got Chad.
Product, and this is how they ship it to you. This is the brand new CBCS magazine product. This is how they ship it to you. Very beautiful. See that? Nice. Look at that. Clean. Fresh. Right? CGC. Garbage. Sloppy. So, now I'm going to take them out, right? Here, now I'm going to take them out, okay? That is the new CGC slab, magazine slab, right? Now, here they are next.
What's that?
It's skinnier.
Yeah. Do you guys hear an echo? Is there an echo? Let me know. Hopefully there's not. Okay, good.
What TGC did is, to put it simply, they never evolved their mag slabs from when they changed to their new version of slabs that they have now. Now they just upgraded to the new version they have now. So if you got a mag slab, got it back, I don't know, fucking last year, it was going to look like the slabs when they, I don't know, 2015, 16, whenever they changed. That's what it's going to look like. Now it looks like the new ones. So anyway, go ahead. That's the difference.
To each other, right? Look, if I put they're the same size, they're the same dimensions. Matter of fact, the CBCS one is a little bit bigger. See that? It's a little bit bigger. Okay?
It's heavier.
Now. All right. So now,
this
I
part
think
coming up is
earlier
crazy.
before, I think the
I hate IG because IG doesn't let you move or fast forward or anything. So
the CBCS is this is not sharp at all. It's nice and smooth on the top. There's nothing sharp. And it has a little groove because another one will lock on top of it. So, guys, there's nothing sharp on this at all. It's very, very smooth. And
people must have been saying there was something sharp on CBCS holders or something. Was that a thing going around?
Well, man, he's just using words, dude.
Okay.
The CBCS one. All right? And it's nice and bright and clear. It's beautiful. And this is the CGC one now.
This is important.
Look at that.
Listen.
You hear that?
Oh,
it's shaking inside. Look at that. My 1958 Playboy
This is
number
bullshit
one.
right here.
Listen. I'm not doing any goddamn sound effects. Look. It's shaking inside. It is loose in there.
That should not fucking happen. That should not happen. Period. That's bullshit.
I'd say 2 out of 5 books right now are loose right now.
Yeah.
CS.
I'll let him move on in a second. He's got another cool points, but he takes a little bit of time to pull it out of the bag. I don't get that. There should be no moving around of the book inside a slab ever, in my opinion. It just shouldn't happen. That's just asking for issues. Here's another thing. I don't like how CGC books look from the top. Look how nice CBCS books look from the top compared to the way CGC books look from the top. CBCS looks so good for that top part of the label.
Magazine holder, and it's loose, right? And here is the CBCS right here. You want me to? Yeah, I'll take it out of the bag.
That's a magazine.
Yeah.
The Suicide Squad thing you got.
Yeah. I think it's black label. Here's the other thing. CGC's label, I still don't like, or not CGC, CBCS's label. I just don't like it, and I know that's a little bit of an issue. I just don't like it. I like the way it looks from the top down, but I don't like the big part of it. I don't like the way it looks. There's just something I don't like about it.
Let's be honest. The only reason you're grading with CGC is you're buying the label and the market premium.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, CBCS is better. I don't. Here's. I shouldn't say that. I like the way CBCS looks better. I love the way their case looks better. Or I love the way that CBCS looks, except for their main part of their label. The top part of their label looks great. Their case looks amazing. It feels like it's more clear. I don't know. Have they had major problems lately with the Newton rings or anything?
They're better. They've been better about Newton rings. They supposedly do it free.
But Brian, you saw me uncrack all those UF4s on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
How fast was I cracking them open?
Oh, in seconds, dude. Look how
Right.
nice
I bang
this
them on
looks.
counters now, and they snap in half.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
And try doing that with the CBCS slab. It's a fucking pain in the ass to open that book.
I really want to key on this. Look how nice these look from the top, dude. They look gorgeous.
Solid.
Look at that. That's beautiful right there.
Mm-hmm. I've got this one, this J. Scott Campbell one right here in a nice CBCS slab. I bought it from Kalen. Look how good that is, dude.
That's gorgeous. Bro.
Yeah, they look great, dude. They look great from the top, dude. They do. They really look really good.
And look, they send it in this bag.
Yeah. Yeah. So look how nice their case. CBCS's case looks great, dude.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's not
that
fucking good.
I would not be happy paying all that money and everything to get a product like that.
And look at CGC's case. They got these weird little nubs on them. Like, what are up with those nubs? Do you see those?
That's where you could crack it open super easy right there at the top.
Yeah.
That's where the sonic seal presses down and allegedly, glues it or whatever.
Well, whatever those nubs are shouldn't be there. That's cheesy. Look at he even brings it up. Watch.
What the fuck are those 4 dots? What the fuck is that? Look. That's the CGC. Brand new magazine slab. And here is the CBCS, the quality. Look. Nothing.
It
Nice
didn't even
and
come, dude. He's got to try a little harder.
It looks gorgeous. Look how beautiful that is, man.
Yeah, I'm with Sean, dude. I'm gonna send some magazines out to CBCS, bro.
Yeah,
well, $25 in 30 days right now.
Well, a lot of people are doing the same thing. A lot of people are doing the same thing. So, all right, let's continue here.
Up, man.
Amazing Spider-Man 169. I wish I would have seen this. 169, a 9.8, sold for $322. You guys, do you guys know what this book is?
What is
motherfucking 9.8, bro?
This book has a letter from Frank Miller as a kid in the back.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, okay. Nice.
So,
nice.
It's a very, very cool book, and you can find out more cool tidbits like that in the creator's first document. If you guys want to add to it, you're able to add to it, and if they're new creators first, add to it, and I update it. It's a living document that anybody can use. You can find a link below. Also, Batman animated series.
Bro!
Yeah. Almost got him. Unopened tape. It is pretty jacked up, but that's first Harley Quinn. Yeah.
I studied that one. It doesn't look that bad for comparison.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Wow, dude. $500. That's opinion. A fucking gift.
What do you guys think about that? You guys like that as a?
I love it. I love all that shit. I like fucking ads, and I love ads, cameos, all that shit. I don't expect it. I don't want ads and cameos and this to take over first appearance. I don't think that should be over a 9.8 BA12.
Right.
But I fucking love it as a collectible. I love that some stupid kids tape and fucking when that thing gets $500. Hey, that's our industry. I want it all to be worth something. I want everything to be collectible. So
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. Punisher number 2, the Opeña 1 in 50 variant. Such a great cover. $404 raw. That's not bad still for that book. I mean, I don't know what it was selling at the height and
height 9.8 is like $500, dude. That's a fucking good deal.
Really?
It looks like it's
collections. Yeah, dude.
It looks like it has a dog ear up on the top left, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's flagging, but it's a little. I can see the white.
Yeah.
So
it's not a 9.8. It was probably a 9.4. He cracked it open, sold it raw.
They made a bunch of money then. Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's rare.
You don't trust anybody, huh?
I'll trust you, bro.
9.8.
Like if I get a 9.8 from you, it's a fucking 9.8.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of trusting our boy Sean, I trusted Sean with my Evil Ernie number 1, and it came back a 9.6. That's a tough book to get in the 9.8.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Very rare.
And it's a 9.6. You can lay and pray.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And but a 9.8 sold for $4,250, you guys. That's how tough that book is. In that guy. How many 9.8s are out there for that book?
I don't know. Not a lot.
It can't be. It can't be. I mean,
for the longest time, people loved that book, but number 2 got more love than number 1 because it's got First Lady Death on the cover, or first cover appearance by Lady Death. But this has her first appearance. It's a classic cover, first appearance of Evil Ernie, but it's not the true first appearance. Like, he appeared in that Malibu Sun number 8, which I'm still trying to find.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He was on the cover. It's just this cover, basically.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yeah. That's such a tough book to find, man. I've been looking for years for that. But yeah, let us know, anybody out there in the chat, or if you guys have any idea on how many 9/8s are in the census. All right, next we've got, check this out, Cable number 21, a 9/8 sold for $332. Is that a variant? That's just a regular first print cover, A cover, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude!
Dude,
I mean,
I think I have that, dude.
I love Hope. She's one of my favorite characters. I loved that time period of X-Men and Cable. With Cable and the whole Hope saga turned Cable into one of my favorite characters. Just I love that time period for X-Men. But man, that's a regular A cover for that. $332 for a 9/8.
And you got to think a lot of people probably didn't send that off to get graded, so they're going to own the market as far as like pop. I would say maybe 5. So of course it's going to be scarce if you send an obscure title.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Nobody fucking cared, dude.
Well, that's what I was asking. Is there rumors or something? Is she casted?
So even if she's casted, dude, I mean, you can get her first appearance like for that price.
Yeah, if nobody slabs a book and you slab it and it comes back a 9/8, you could put scarce on there and somebody will buy it.
I'm gonna look at that sale.
Why do you think Kalen slabs everything, man? Kalen slabs every fucking book. His motto is slab the world, right? So he goes, one of these, I talked to him and he goes, one of these fuckers is going to be super rare. And that's where, his business model is set up that way.
He was saying he's going to open a store over here. I talked to him.
Oh, no shit. He's got the inventory, man.
Hit me up, dude. I know he slabbed everything from every garage sale he's ever been to. Sean, my dad was. I think he's like 18. So,
but by your house, Sean?
For the giggle. No, it's SoCal though. It's like, I don't know. I'm probably wrong, but let's call it like Riverside or Indio or some shit like that. It's south of here. It's not up here.
He seems like a cool kid.
Compared to the rest of you, as you're by me and that's by me, but no one else.
Right.
He's a great guy. I was on
No, I like that guy. He's nice. He's a really nice kid.
Yeah, somebody was bidding up a book, and he goes, "No, don't bid anymore. This book is not worth that. Cool it." And he wouldn't let a book get out of control on his whatnot sale, and I respect that because anybody else would have just let it and just go all the way to the ceiling and make a shitload of money. He said, No. This book, the comps, don't overbid over the comps. So, and he always has comps for his books.
Yeah, he seems like a cool kid.
Oh, great guy, man. We've had him on, Brian.
Yeah. He was a cool cat. Very, very cool. Love to talk to him more. I try to get him on all the time. Well, not all the time, but I've asked him a couple times. But man, he's so busy slabbing books, slabbing them. I think he's back on Whatnot too. Look at that.
Oh yeah, he is.
All right.
Starting CGC also.
Yeah, he switched to CGC. You're right. That's crazy, dude. He must have had. So that's the problem with CBCS. We talk about how great their mag cases are. Their customer service hasn't been the greatest. There's been some pretty major cases of people we know of them, holding books for too long and stuff like that. But I don't know. Both every company has its good points and its bad points. Startling Comics number 49, probably the most classic robot cover. One of the grails of grails. $8,000 for a 2.5. So, I didn't know that they did Chinese G.I. Joe figures.
Me neither.
Yeah, I knew they did the Japanese ones, the Takara ones, but I never knew that they did Chinese ones. And they were called International Heroes. This is a Tiger Force Duke card with a regular Duke figure from 92. Sold for just under $200, $193 on 8 bids. So, never knew about that. 1986 Sectors Wave 2 Bandar and Snatcher unreleased pre-production prototypes. You guys have talked about these prototypes. They sell for a grip right now on eBay, and it's become a major collecting thing. I'm a little worried about prototypes because I think they're very easy to fake with 3D printing stuff these days.
Oh, yeah.
So just be careful. But, man, if, find the right one, $1,228 on 37 bids for this one. You probably get more for it, to be honest, if you find the right person. That goes for anything. Next, we've got, I never heard of this one. This is Moon Dancer, Palatoy Action Man. So it's from England. Moon Dancer. I've never seen that figure either. That color, nothing. $910 loose. So comes from the UK. Pretty cool to see G.I. Joes that I've never seen before. If anybody knows anything about Moon Dancer, let us know. I know Nate's probably got a couple of them. 85 Transformers Generation 1 Devastator gift set. The Constructicons. $685. That is badass. Mint in box. That's one of those Transformer grails for me. I don't know about you guys, but like it's Constructicons, Dinobots, Soundwave, and what else? Optimus and Megatron, right? Those are the 5 best Transformers. So $685 on that. I talk about those plush dolls. You guys, there are people making so much money off these plush dolls, finding them at garage sales and flea markets and Goodwills. These are the South Park 1998 set of 4 figures, four of them. You got the 4 major characters. Still got the little tags on them, but it says some wear and tear, but it looks like the tags are still on them. Hell yeah. New sub, Smashing Hero. Appreciate you. $973 for that, you guys, for those 4 figures. Big money on those plush figures.
Great info. I had no idea, Brian. I'm definitely gonna be hitting some garage sales soon.
The Tweak sells for a lot. The English guy one sells for a lot. I mean, be on the lookout. Also be looking for the Sonic ones and the Nintendo ones too. How about this? An unopened Knight Rider, new old stock. The box is still sealed. That's crazy, dude. $725 for that.
That's insane.
Yeah. That's super cool, man. Next, we've got a couple posters sold this week that are, grail posters for me. I'm not a big Grateful Dead fan. I like a couple songs, Casey Jones, shit like that, some of their greatest hits. But I absolutely love the Skeleton and Roses poster. It's just so cool, and I've always wanted one. And you can find them now for, they're pretty expensive, but they're not outrageous expensive. And this one sold for $1,000. How about a iPod poster from the early 2000s ad campaign? I remember those posters and those ads back in the day. That poster sold for $200. And then a badass Mondo poster for Bloodsport. Fucking, that's sick, dude. $215 on that. And then probably one of the most famous pieces of art in history, the Shepard Fairey Obama Hope poster, sold for $3,400 on 17 bids. Next. Am I missing one? I'm missing one. Let me go find it. 10. Open. Next, we have got some graded tapes, as in cassettes. We were talking about grading vinyl a few weeks ago. Well, this is the same company, I think, AMG, that grades the vinyl, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but these are graded. Check these out. We were talking about the How Do You Want It single last week, I think. Right, Sean? And right, you guys?
Well, yeah, because of Hit 'Em Up being on the B-side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was on the maxi single, we figured out.
Death Row's Greatest Hits, which we also talked about that night, I believe. 1996.
Because that's why the first thing I thought it was on.
Yeah.
Was Hit 'Em Up, was on that. Because that's the first thing I owned that had it on.
And here is an 8, graded an 8, $288. A Thriller cassette from 1982, graded a 9, sold for $384. And then a Jay-Z Life and Times of Sean Carter from 1999, graded a 9, sold for $263. Those are cool, dude.
Brian, if they're not sealed, do they put like a different color label on them?
I bet you if they're not sealed, they probably only go like to a 6 or something. I don't know. We would have to. I would love to find out more information of this. Maybe we'll try and reach out to a representative of one of these companies to bring them on. Talk about it. I definitely want to get CAS grading on the show. I love those guys, so I'm talking to those guys right now. But maybe we'll reach out to these people too. All right, this is kind of cool.
My God.
Yeah, 3 Pokemon cards. There's a bunch of cards that's Pokemon stuff that's sold in Singapore this last couple days, or last month, the end of last month. And these are 3 Charizard cards. You've got the 1991 base set Charizard Holo, an English version, graded PSA 10, sold for $9,000. You got a 2003 Skyridge Charizard Holo English version, sold for $10,400, PSA 10. You got a 2002 Mysterious Mountains Charizard First Edition Holo, sold for $11,100. So, big money in Pokemon, you guys. How about some unopened Pokemon packs? You've got a first edition Pokemon Shadowless base set pack with the Charizard art, sold for $7,000 on 37 bids from the UK. Then you have a first edition PSA 9 Blastoise booster pack sealed, sold for $3,000. A PSA 9 first edition base set sealed Charizard sold for $3,200. So I imagine that other one must have been a 10, or maybe because it was the Shadowless. It was an earlier pack, right? Because the Shadowless were put out first, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Shadows were put out after that. I might be wrong on that. Chat, let me know. Next, we've got another Grail poster for me is the Jimi Hendrix Fillmore concert poster from 1968, the eyeball one. It's one of the things that CGC used for ad propaganda when they were grading posters, when they first started grading posters, and I fell in love with it then. $1,180 on 17 bids. So that's a cool buy. And then 2 really crazy Nintendo sales. A Fortnite Double Helix Bundle box for Nintendo Switch sold for $10,000. I don't know if that's real or not. It could be fake. But I know this is real. This is from our boy Vinny. Super Mario Brothers #1, a factory sealed H-seam graded CAS grade 80, sold for $4,150. Right?
Wow, that's amazing.
Right? So, I mean, that's absolutely badass, super cool. But hold on here. Let me find it. I think it's on here.
Do you remember going into the negative world on this motherfucker right here?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
That shit blew my mind when I was a kid, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
So that's a cool buy. But here in a second, we're going to show something absolutely amazing. This is also from our boy Vinny. Check this shit out. You guys are going to trip over this. All right. Let's close this. And let's do this. This is a signed Mario Brothers cartridge, signed by the guy who created Mario Brothers. It's got authenticity by Beckett. Sold for $9,000, you guys.
So did you see SS Luigi? Fuck.
Jeez.
That's badass, dude. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Mm-hmm.
So
how do they authenticate it?
Well, let's see what they say.
Talk to the guy, or
it says after examination and consideration of multiple factors common to known exemplars of the signature, Beckett offers its opinion that this is authentic. So they didn't see him do it, but they looked at real, quote unquote, real copies of his signature, and just like JSA does.
They have handwriting experts, and
yeah.
Allegedly, they also are witnesses in trials and stuff like that. They're that reputable, allegedly.
Yeah. So that was pretty cool. All right, let's go back to some cool comics here. Speaking of Evil Ernie, I've never seen this. I don't know what this is. I've seen the Evil Ernie the Resurrection #1, but it didn't look like this. And it didn't have the foil on it, and this is signed, so this is crazy. The regular Resurrection #1 sells for a couple bucks, but this sold for $450. It might be some type of like rare foil version or variant. So I've never seen this one. If there's any Coffin Comics or Chaos Comics fans out there, Evil Ernie fans, let me know about this. Love to know, find out more about this.
That's the only picture?
Yeah. It's the only one.
It looks like one of those ones where eBay, I don't know how much you guys list, but they try to fucking cut the background for you.
Maybe that's it.
But like on Collectibles, it's a terrible, like what we do, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So he probably went with the eBay. Yeah. I wonder if this sold.
Seller has 0 feedback.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, but I've never seen that, so let me know if there is a foil version of that book. There might be one. Next, how about this? Look at this. The famous Game of Thrones #3 creepy ass.
Hey, it ain't as creepy as her crying getting it in the show, dude. But,
Bro,
all right.
Yeah, I know. But this one, it's signed by Momoa and Emilia Clarke, and it's a 9.8. Sold for $1,675.
That's a tuck away good deal, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
franchise isn't leaving. I don't know. All these fucking, all these moms named their kids Daenerys and Khaleesi and shit before they knew she went nuts.
And look
yeah,
who sold
it's
it.
like it's the best metaphor for how cool incest is.
Hey, if any show made incest cool, it's that one.
Absolutely.
Sold by our favorite card seller, Probstein.
There you go.
Next, we've got. We talked about this. It came up in conversation. The Philadelphia #1 variants, and here is all 4 9.8 sold for $471. Look how badass.
That's a good
these
deal,
are.
I think.
Yeah. Look at that. So dope. Tough books, man. All 4 of them, 9.8s, $471. Next, really cool art piece. This is a Doug Monkey or Monk. Let us know the way to say it if you guys know. Batman and Joker original sketch art on Secret Invasion #1. That's the only problem. It's on a Secret Invasion #1. Like, why would you put that on a Marvel book? But it is what it is.
It's a crossover, is it?
Look at that, dude. It's decapitated head, crime and suspense stories. Homage, right?
I remember Michael Bendis wrote that story.
Well, fuck, I would ask the artist to make it half Joker and half Talos, like he's switching.
I love how the Joker is running headless behind him.
And he's got Wolverine claws for bat wings.
Yeah.
On a Marvel book.
It's so weird, dude. Bro. So weird, dude. If I was Doug Monkey, I'd be like, bro, I'll go.
You sure you want me to do this on the Secret Invasion? Yeah, bro. Put the Joker with his head cut off.
For $299.
I bet when he's drawing it there at a con, people are just passing. What the fuck is he doing?
He's like, look, dude, $100, $100.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not under contract for none of these companies.
And I want his
You get
claws.
Artist Alley for free, dude.
Yeah, I
Might
want
be
the
only
claws.
commission I
I
get
want it
today.
to look like Wolverine's claws, but they're bat wings.
Does he have a tattoo on? It looks like it. No. Okay, never mind.
Don't color it in all the way.
I bet you this would look badass if it was colored, right?
That thing was all fucked up too.
I love these space 50s books, and I mean everybody loves them, but I really love them. But look how badass this art is on this. Look at this. That is fucking sick, dude. 1953. Wow. Beautiful, man. Super, super cool.
Look how these girls dressed and figured they wouldn't get kidnapped.
All right.
Especially by that guy.
Bro, you just do what you wanted back then.
We're going back to my place.
$530. But look at this. Speaking of space covers, Blue Bolt 108. I feel like I saw Jonathan from Hive pick one of these up in Baltimore a few years ago. But look how beautiful. This is the type of backgrounds I love. Like, I would love to get some cool artists to draw me like backgrounds that are moving, but are like this style, old school comic space backgrounds where all the like heavenly bodies are like weird, vibrant colors like that.
Yeah, those Blue Bolts had some of the best covers too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them. The underrated series, but not really so much anymore. You can see the prices they're going for, especially for Raws.
Yeah, a lot of them are color touched. Next. All right, so this took me down a rabbit hole that we're going to get into at some point on this channel, and that is con programs and magazines. Mm-hmm. This is a lot of 1370s comic book fanzines and convention programs. Look how cool this shit is, you guys. Just nothing but, I bet you could find like cool pinups from artists and shit in here, like way early stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, just absolutely amazing. Berkeley Con program book. Gorgeous stuff. I mean, badass.
Look at that one all the way left. Fingers mightier than sword.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. This is badass right here. So this sold for $285.
The kind of shit I buy and spend just hours looking through them all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where you go on the like archaeology hunt, for like a first appearance or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of probably like Bernie Wrightson. And
yeah, a lot of these artists don't remember half of the shit they did in the early days. You know?
Nah, because they did one-off, dude, and all they did was draw every day.
I mean, just gorgeous. There was so I started going down the con program list, and so we'll get into that at some point here in the next couple of months. But this is kind of cool. I love these old school New York comic art convention books. Of course, the most famous one is the Vampirella.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Look how dope that is, dude. So good. That's 72. This is 73. It's got the Vampirella on the chair, and he's homaging it. Isn't that funny, man? Early Scotty Young homage right there, style. How about this? Captain America for 74. Kirby or Joe Simon, one of the two, right? There's a Jack Kirby Silver Surfer for 75, and then a Kubert 76. Sergeant Rock.
What did that lot go for?
$187.
Wow.
God, Kirby draws Silver Surfer so well.
Bro.
Yeah, I think that the Vampy would go for that. That Sergeant Rock is fucking gorgeous.
They're all gorgeous. Here, look at this. Look at this. The back. Look at that. That is awesome right there, dude.
That looks like
if I could go back in time, I would love to go to a con in the like early 70s, man.
Hell yeah.
Just to see the fucking books that you could acquire back then, dude. Like,
and then jump back into the time machine.
Yeah, right.
List them on eBay.
Go bury him. Go bury him and then dig him up.
There was no AIDS. You could get away with crimes.
Good times. Good times. Cool books right here, you guys. Be on the lookout for those. All right, next we've got... All right, so that got me down this. Check this out. This is a 1989 Tank Girl poster from Deadline Magazine. This is where Tank Girl got her start. Look at this. Jamie Hewlett.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Hell yeah.
Amazing, dude. That right there is amazing. Promotional. I don't know where.
Big ass poster, man.
Right? So that went for $225. So next. All right. So I always talk about Beachhead's Night Force version of Beachhead, but the Night Force version of Beachhead and G.I. Joe is the second version of Beachhead, right? Was it Beachhead or Shockwave? I'm thinking Shockwave. Sorry. I'm all off right here. But I've never seen a Beachhead version of this figure, this Nightwave Beachhead version. This is a Moray Hydrofoil, which was a Cobra boat to begin with Night Force Beachhead and Flint. This is a Toys R Us exclusive during the Valor vs. Venom era, which they used same molds but different coloring on a lot of figures, and they came up with some new figures, including Wraith and stuff like that. But I have never seen these figures before, so this is kind of cool. Here is what it looks like, Night Force Hydrofoil without the bright orange. And then look at the figures. Here are the figures. There's Beachhead, Night Force style, and Flint. Flint's one of my all-time favorite G.I. Joe figures. He's badass. A fucking dope figure. But I've never seen this, so this is pretty cool. Be on the lookout for these figures if you collect Night Force figures. It sold for $281. People have been talking about this. We talked about it on the show not too long ago. Somebody brought it up. The original Matchbox iron die-cast Voltron set. And here it is. Original box, never used, sold for $600. It's the original Voltron from Matchbox, the really cool die-cast set. Just gorgeous. Here are the figures. Still in the styrofoam. Styrofoam's a little dirty.
Yeah.
But all the figures are there. $600. Super.
I feel like that's a good deal.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, I would open this thing in a fucking second. Put that thing
Fuck
together. Yeah. Yeah. In a second.
I've got like the 2 or 3 I have left in a display case in the living room.
Yeah, they're dope, dude. All right.
Oh, geez.
Check these out. We got some Mexican bootleg Star Wars figures. You guys know I love the bootleg figures, especially Star Wars bootlegs. Look at these guys. Look at the silver. I bet you that silver is toxic as fuck. I bet it has like nuclear waste, that silver color.
Dude, you gotta let Red Hood introduce the Mexican toys, dude.
I don't even know who some of these guys are. Is it Admiral Akbar?
Bro, you're muted.
You're on mute, Hood.
Joe, you're muted, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's an Ewok, Bato. What are you talking about?
What's that Ewok's name, Hood?
Wicked.
Look at Chewbacca's Wicked. Got a beard.
Chewbacca
That's the way Chewie dude. Looks, Bato. You should see Chewie at the house.
Oh my god.
He has one eye painted.
Yeah. Man.
What the fuck is that? That Ugnaught Leia? What the fuck is that?
Ugnaught Leia. I believe it might be, sir. You might be on something.
That's Ugnaught Leia, man.
I told you, you're the one, dude. You were the one that was gonna know.
Dude, Hood, you got me crying, dude.
$276.
Oh my god, dude! What the fuck?
Look at that, dude! Look at the arms.
It
like
looks like a cocksucker, dude. Look at that. Dude.
Dude, is that Ahsoka's mom? That's Ahsoka's grandma, dude.
Look at fucking Chewie, bro.
Dude, he's trying to get at that. He's trying to get at Wicket, dude.
I straight be like, how much for the Chewy, dude? $50.
I love how he's got his beard colored. Like his arms don't move.
Bro, they put a Fu Manchu on the Ewok, bro.
They did. He goes all the way down to his feet.
Dude, he looks like he shit himself, dude.
Is that the Mexican mascot for Teddy Grahams?
Oh shit, dude. Looks like a fucking chili dog, dude.
How do you shit your front? They get out the car like that, but backwards.
Look at the Emperor in the back, bro.
It's bad.
Look. Bro, come on.
I think someone underpaid for this for sure, dude.
Bro, dude, they're all like, I got it.
Bouncing in my living room for everybody to see.
Mom, these don't look like the Star Wars figures. They're Star Wars figures, and you're gonna like them, mijo. It don't look like them.
I would love.
So
to
that's what you
see
look like under the cape. All right.
I would love.
Your
to see
father
him.
worked a double shift to buy these figures for you.
Oh my god! All right, let's move on.
Look at that roll
$276.
guard, bro.
Speaking of Star Wars, how about an unpunched 1978 C-3PO 12-back figure sold for $1,399?
Bro, that's cheap, bro.
Right? Look at that thing, man.
That-
Doesn't have a
that's
price
cheap
tag on it.
by a couple of grand. It's because it's not graded. That's why.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Is the original 12-back.
That's a steal, bro.
Yeah. See how there's only 12 figures? That's why they call it.
If this was an AFA 80, it's like a $4,000 or $5,000 figure, man.
Yeah.
I gotta think, dude. I can't imagine it being less than that.
All right. This
one
is pretty
one
cool.
bid. Wow.
This is a 1981 flyer poster, gig flyer for Rat and Motley Crue at the Whiskey. Check this out. Pretty dope.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's
Have you seen Dirt?
No.
Oh yeah, that's great, man.
Dude, Bryan, you got to see it.
Yeah. Is it good? And it's got a letter with it where the dude, one of the bands, gave this flyer to a dude and said, Jim, we are playing with Motley Crue. Maybe I can get you in free if I can't use these discount tickets. Directions to my house. And it's got his phone number on there.
He's got
So-
the area code
dude,
on the
hold
wrong side.
Hold on, I need the directions.
It says
Hey, call the number, dude.
5 to 405.
north to 405, north
5 north.
405 north, go past Hollywood and into the valley, take
Past the 101. Victory, that's
Victory.
North Hollywood Freeway.
and make a right, go to Havenhurst,
Havenhurst.
make a right, make a left on Haynes.
Right on Geraldine, yeah.
There you go.
Gerald Ave, yeah. There we go. Yep, so that's North Hollywood.
Pretty fucking cool, dude. Old
You guys
school
remember
flyer.
the Californians from Saturday Night Live?
Oh
Yeah.
Where they just pause.
I
And
love
the best
this.
part. The best part of that show, it sounds ridiculous. All their directions were correct. Right? I love how they block it out. Like some
On
guys
this
the same
one,
fucking
on this
from
one they block it
45 years
out.
ago.
But on
Yeah.
the main one, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Dude, I love how they put 2 and 3 at the end.
Yeah, that's old school.
What?
That's
Oh
old
no,
school.
you know why? Because there's only certain places back then that used to have fucking area codes.
Yep.
So that was an
yeah.
afterthought. Now you
Yeah.
have to dial the area code in Southern
Yeah.
California to get through to anybody.
Yep.
Great point.
Yeah.
So that was
Yay.
$229. And then finally, we've got another Nintendo score. This is a lot of CIB complete in box, sold for $5,436. Let's take a look at what you got. This person got for $5,436. So you got the Nintendo Super Famicom. This is the Super Nintendo from Japan. That's pretty dope. The original Super Nintendo, complete in box. You got Karate Champ, complete in box. Pretty dope. You got Roger Rabbit, complete in box. You got Kung Fu, okay. Circle, not the oval, so that's good, right? You want the regular circle. You got Karate Kid. You got Popeye. You got Pro Wrestling.
I remember that.
Fucking A.
Just missing Excitebike.
All right, what else do you got? You got Mario Brothers. Okay, it's the oval though. Do you want the oval or the circle? Rev A? I can't remember which one. Where's Vinny when you need him? Next, G.I. Joe. That game was awesome, dude, on Nintendo. It was so good. And look at that art,
Never
dude.
played it.
Bro, I would love to know if you could who has that art. It's got the third of Snake Eyes version, and then the third Storm Shadow version on there too. That's dope.
You like it better than Contra, Brian?
Oh yeah. No. Contra was just an iconic
Contra
game.
was the shit.
It was kind of like Contra though, if I remember correctly. It was a really good game.
Back, left, BA start.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
RBI Baseball, iconic.
Love it.
Yeah. Maniac Mansion. I don't remember that, but that's a cool looking cover from Lucasfilm Games. Look at that.
Huh.
See the TV version on the Family Channel. Mario Brothers Arcade Classics. I remember this. I never understood why somebody would want this when you can just get Mario Brothers. But this is the Arcade Classic.
No, they had some other games on there, I think.
Okay. Zelda. There we go. Legend of Zelda.
Oh, gee.
Yep. That's badass. Flintstones. Back to the Future. And,
I remember that.
And you even got more. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, just learning what I've learned, man. Like, this is one that I'll be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Hopefully I made the right choice.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Tubin. That's a funny game. I've never heard of that. That feels like a.
I remember I remember renting it.
That's funny, dude. That's funny shit.
Mm-hmm.
Another RBI Baseball, it looks like, with a price tag on it. Ooh, World Wrestling. Tecmo World Wrestling. Great cover on that.
Ricky the
Look at that.
Dragon against fucking Hawk.
Oh, man.
It's even got the WWF style.
Fake ass fucking font.
Yeah.
What's this? World Championship 1990 reproduction cartridge. I don't know what that is. Couldn't tell you.
I think that World Championships was pretty scarce.
Look at this.
They made an Untouchables game.
I
What
didn't
the
know
fuck?
that. Yeah.
Whoa, that's insane.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
it's sealed.
Yeah, that's nuts. Three Stooges. What the fuck?
Activision.
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
So that's it. You got a ton of complete in box. Look at all those. Pac-Man. We missed Pac-Man. Mario 3, Mario 2. We missed those.
Kung Fu right there.
Yep.
Back to the Future, Kung Fu.
Two versions of
this is
Zelda.
Super Mario 2. Yeah.
Donkey Kong.
Batman.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
probably. That's
There you
probably a
go.
good call.
There you go. Pac-Man. There you go.
What'd it go for, Brian?
5,500. Just under 5,500.
You gotta have the OG Pac-Man, bro.
What's that? That's probably maybe 100 a game.
It's not
that might
bad,
be worth
dude.
the gamble, considering some of the big titles in there.
I agree, dude. I agree. That's dope shit. Very, very cool. Good stuff, you guys. You guys got anything else? Long show tonight. That was supposed to be a short show.
Yeah, we were talking about
Oh man, we had a blast, dude.
It's what a great show,
fun, man.
So much fun. Thank
Happy
you,
May the 4th, bro.
Well,
We all made
Be
last.
with you.
We all made last call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
for sure.
again, really appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. Thank you to all 50 of you that stayed to the very end. Hang out with us tomorrow for the special
Who's
episode.
that hot chick?
Yeah, episode 200 of the Bogcast, live tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. I'll drop a link for it in the community chat. Also, if you guys get a chance, Go use promo code Bogcast at Manscaped to get 20% off plus free shipping. Your balls will thank you. Get yourself some ball toner and a weed whacker and a lawnmower.
How many are you away?
I don't know. We have to find out from the guy. But if we get at least 8 people to buy something and use that promo code, we get a paid what is it?
I will give. Hey, if we get a super chat that buys me some of this shit, I will fucking give a review.
What is it? A paid sponsorship. A paid sponsorship. So that would be very, very cool if you guys go score some of that. There we go. Hood did it. Hood.
Hey, let's see, dude. How clean are you?
I'm pretty well shaved there.
Let's get you up, bro. Let's go.
I kind of feel kind of funny.
How do your balls feel? But say it in a cholo.
My balls feel awfully smooth using the new lawnmower. See, no batteries required.
If you guys get a chance, also something that is also very, very important for us over at the Bogcast, go and to the my link in the bio, which you also can find below. You can find my Linktree link. And this second little thing here says Best of the Valley 2023. Go and vote for the Bogcast in the Reader's Choice ballot for Best Podcast or Podcaster in Phoenix. You can use a Phoenix zip code, 858-382, 85308, something like that, 852 something. Fine, and vote for us. You can vote every day until the 21st. I'd really appreciate it. It would really help out a lot. It's something that's pretty easy, and you can do on the shitter at work.
It's a fucking insane show.
Yeah.
It's a really good show.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Check it out. We do a lot of fun stuff over there live tomorrow night. And then Hot 10 on Friday. And then Saturday night, Modern Comic Mayhem on Saturday. And
hey, Josh put, when we were going over the figures, he put Star Wars Rise of the Incest action figures.
Yeah, speaking of that, there'll be some interesting stuff in Drama Alert next week. Interesting stuff in Drama Alert, not next week, on Saturday. So, yeah.
Yep.
Comic incest. Okay.
And I'm going to update everybody on the LaMelo situation with images, too. So tune in Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So much love, you guys. Thank you so much. And before I leave, I want to say a big thank you to you guys, my crew, Sean, Dollar, Hood, and everybody else that comes on the channel.
I got to get you all some shirts, bro.
Amen, brother. Amen.
It's a prototype, but
cool. Very cool.
So
you can have your face across your heart, my face across your heart.
You know, that's something that we do got to make. We do got to come up with some
Cross
cool
my nipple and hope to die.
No, I agree, Brian. Some wear it's like hats or shirts.
Yeah, yeah, it'd be fun.
You don't have to say body by tacos.
Yeah.
I like that, dude.
I like that too.
But you know what?
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Adios, guys.